I am too worked up already. I'm like, for no special reason, I'm like mad. I have to channel this anger into humor. I'm already too angry.
What do you have to be angry about?
I don't know. I just am. That's just what's happening
You're all
today.
walking into this bracket primed. It's something's.
Oh, dude, this is going to be the worst thing we've ever chosen to do.
Why?
Because we brought 4 Marvel people into this room, and Christian and I are also here.
You're a Marvel person to a degree.
I
agree.
I have a question for everyone who is participating here.
Yes.
If you were an Avenger, who would you be?
Thor. Oh, God. I think I'm closest to the Hulk for obvious reasons, because I'm very intelligent, but I'm also a train wreck when you piss me off.
True, as are most of us, I guess.
Socially awkward, exposed to gamma radiation, the whole 9 yards.
Directed by
the whole
Ang
thing.
Lee.
Directed by Ang Lee.
Is Ang Lee going to be our fucking runner?
Jordan, you lose for Ragnarok.
I give 110%.
Vinny Taylor? Vinny Taylor, how about you?
I probably would be like Spider-Man. Because my
sometimes he counts, sometimes he doesn't.
Exactly.
And Taylor, which would you be?
Roger Craig Smith.
Captain America. Got it.
Avenger.
Yeah.
No, he's Captain America. He voices him.
All right, Taylor's Captain America.
Oh, don't stick me with Captain America.
Then pick an actual Avenger.
What do you have against Captain America? He's awesome.
I have nothing against Captain America.
We'll get into it.
My instincts kicked in and decided, but are we going by personality or superpower?
Whatever you want, baby.
Which one would you like to be?
I don't know. I kind of hate super.
Why are you here?
Riveting bracket.
Why are you here, Taylor?
I don't know. Can I be Deadpool?
Sure, why not?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, he's
an
technically been a part of the Avengers.
Congrats. Now, time to saw your leg off.
I'm going to rip you in half.
Graham, stop playing Dragon Age Inquisition. We have a yearlies to do.
Marvel Rivals, Mick? Of course you did. Your computer sounds normal now. No, wait.
Does that mean that Graham's getting 18 inches of dragon?
All right, I messaged Graham saying, the Marvelies. Oh, there he is.
The Marvelies.
Yeah.
Graham, what Avenger are you?
No, he's lost the right to be an Avenger.
No, Graham, what Avenger are you?
Not Spider-Man.
Spider-Man's taken, yeah.
Star-Lord.
Star-Lord, okay. Just curious. I'm Thanos, by the way. Shall I get this show on the road?
You might as well, Christian.
Oh, I get to host again. It's been so
long.
long.
You spent 5 minutes monologuing about being host again, then...
Nah, 5 hours is what I've signed up for here.
No, that's just what you do about Dune. Doom.
Dune, yeah, I love Dune. I read all the books and I watched both movies.
Dune.
Your demons reside on the side. All right.
Christian.
Hello, everyone. And welcome to the long-awaited, the longest-awaited, legendary, momentous Filmlies you have ever seen. Here today, we are talking about the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Not Marvel as a whole, just the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Highly different.
And just the Infinity Saga in particular.
Yeah, and actually just Captain America, the First Avenger.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yes, we are here to talk about Marvel. We just mentioned that we are doing the Infinity Saga. Out of every movie included on this bracket, there are 6 movies that did not make it on this bracket. We can spend, at most, 2 minutes talking about each of these. I'm just going to go in the order that's in the list that I wrote down. So we're going to start with Thor the Dark World.
I like Thor the Dark World. Fucking sue me.
I think it's one of Loki's better depictions, actually.
Yeah, I do like Loki.
I think by far it has the weakest villain out of probably any Marvel movie.
I don't even remember the villain for
You have
Thor
Christopher Eccleston. You got to have him do something.
Oh, Christopher Eccleston's in that. Holy shit.
Yeah, listen.
He's Malekith the Accursed, a dark elf.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have time to make that fun.
I know it's not very good, but I enjoyed the movie. In fact, I couldn't think of any good things to say about it. In fact, when I told Jordan I liked the movie, he was able to say what I liked about it, and I wasn't. That was the funniest part. I'm like, Jordan, I like Thor: Dark World. I don't know what to do with myself now. And he's like, oh, you really like? I'm like, I don't know what I liked about it. And he's like, oh, well, how about these things? I'm like, yes, actually, that's exactly what I liked about it.
Glad I could help.
There's like a heist-like prison break that I think is fun.
That's
And
honestly the best part of the movie.
when Loki is trolling Thor by like turning into Captain America and being like,
Yeah.
"Do you hear how your friends sound?"
Honestly, those are like the only parts of that movie that I remember.
Yeah. There's
Well,
some,
He has to use the tube in London.
What?
yeah.
Hey,
There's one
you know
or two
what?
cool ideas, but
Kat Dennings finds love. That's really
Listen,
what we're all
Yeah.
waiting for.
there
Sure.
are people that like the first two Thor movies. That's absolutely fine.
well,
couldn't
I
care
mean,
less.
we're gonna get into.
We're not
the
talking about
first
Thor
in
1.
this.
Thor 1's on the bracket.
Thor
No, I
1
know, I'm
has
just
some
saying
good
in general.
qualities.
I'm just saying in general.
Well,
Okay.
that's
Well, we
enough
know
about
Vinny-
that's enough about the God of Thunder. Why don't we talk about some bugs? Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Why
I
is this one not on
actually-
the bracket?
That's what I think. I
I
think it's
like
better than
Ant-Man
Ant-Man 1.
better.
Mick and
I-
me, are you the only people who like this?
Can I tell you what my favorite part about Ant-Man and the Wasp is? It's Randall Park just trying to catch Scott in the act.
Yeah,
You
that's
know?
funny.
I think I prefer Ant-Man 1 because Ant-Man 1 is like a fun, heisty kind of movie. This is more of like a fun family adventure movie.
But I
And
like
it's
the
ju-
little the action. Like I like the Walton Goggins character. I like some of the fun chase elements.
Honestly, I this is like one of those like Walton Goggins is fun, but it's like I wish they could have gotten him to do something like a bit more.
I enjoy the heist premise of Ant-Man 1 more. Ant-Man and the Wasp is just a better movie.
Yeah,
Like-
I love how Scott is a dad in this movie. I think that the single parenting is like really well shown.
yes, well handled. Yeah,
And
Yeah.
but like I don't know. I guess like the action is kind of not my thing in it. And
It's
Also,
for me-
hey, the villain doesn't die.
yeah, because
that
they're
is a
saving her
plus,
for
honestly.
Thunderbolts.
like I get it. She's dying. She wants to not be dying, so she does bad things. But like I wish she'd just listen to her doctor friend because
Nah,
Janet saved her life immediately.
that's okay.
me-
Let's get the bug spray and get that out of here because we're talking about the first Avenger now.
This should have been on the bracket. It's a fun movie. It's a
It's
Joe
nice, it's
Johnston
good.
film.
It's better than I remembered. And
Yeah.
I do feel like it's very in the era of like being a 1940s film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like it's got like a different flair than the other Avengers movies, MCU movies.
It feels like The Rocketeer, which
Yeah,
Joe
which is-
Johnston directed.
Yes, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And luckily, it's not like Jurassic Park 3, which Joe Johnston also directed.
Yeah.
But that fucking like Peggy catches Steve killing another girl is like the most BS thing that I think.
I mean,
is
it's
what
Natalie
movies have
Dormer.
done.
You would too. Natalie Dormer from Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones isn't real, Jordan. All right, you need to give up. You need to give up the.
And
fantasy
also,
Game of
they
Thrones is real.
retroactively made Star-Lord's grandma appear in the film.
Wait,
Huh.
what?
Okay.
Because the actress that played Star-Lord's mom has like a brief
Oh.
like cameo, like
Oh.
she's like an incidental, like just one of like the fangirls of Captain America. So they're like, oh, that's actually his
grandmother.
grandma.
That's
And Hugo
weird.
Weaving's great as Red Skull. So
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Also, it's weird that I'd be like, yeah, Tommy Lee Jones was in the MCU.
yeah.
and he's great.
I didn't know that going into this movie. I didn't know Tommy Lee Jones was. So actually, hang on. So something I actually need to say, just for the benefit of the listeners. So despite being a huge comic book fan, I had seen almost none of the MCU. But I kind of wanted, and part of that is just I need to be in the right mood to watch a movie, and also I just didn't never really like going to the movie theaters, and so for a lot of times I just didn't see most of them. And so when it came to do this, I'm like, this is finally my excuse. And then I dragged my feet for 9 months. And then in
Yeah.
December, I made a pact. I'm like, I will watch all of them by the end of the year. What did this lead to? Well, it led to me watching up to 3 movies a day.
Do you want to share
Yeah.
what the consequences would have been if you didn't make it to January?
I mean, it doesn't really matter because I made it. But it would have been they got to change my profile picture to whatever they wanted. I think they decided on something related to The Last of Us.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Shall I call up Lou Ferrigno because we're talking about Ang Lee's Hulk?
Not talking about
No,
Hulk.
we're not. It's the
All
incredible.
right, we'll talk
But you
about
still
the
have to
way-
call Lou Ferrigno because he's still in it.
He's still
He is,
in
yeah, he is.
The Incredible
Along
Hulk.
with the shorts too.
I didn't even write notes about the Hulk.
It's weird.
I will say this: was the Hulk good? No, but did it do a lot of interesting things that I wasn't expecting? Oh, you betcha. I was expecting it to be generic. It is not generic. It has a very. I was not expecting to open up the movie, have the entire backstory be told through a flashback during the credits, and then skipping ahead several years, and he's in Brazil working in a bottling plant.
Mm-hmm.
I did not see
it's
that
the
one
Wolverine
come.
movie, essentially.
Also, I really liked Emil Blonsky's Abomination.
Yeah.
Like, he's just a
you
dude.
could turn into some kind of abomination.
Yeah, like that's the shit I live for.
Like the She-Hulk show.
Oh no, I liked him in the She-Hulk show because it was like, oh yeah, he would kind of mellow out. I like the idea that he just mellowed out at this point because it's been like 14 years since anyone's seen him.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, it never gets brought up until like that show, which is kind of funny when you think
Which I also love. So there's a retcon because people are like, well, why the fuck would Tony Stark show up to like Ross to talk about Hulk joining the Avengers? They're like, no. The U.S. government wanted Ross to send Abomination to be for the Avengers, but Nick Fury was like, no, we don't want Abomination, so I'm going to send Tony Stark to ask for him, knowing that Thunderbolt Ross will refuse outright to Tony Stark because he hates Tony Stark.
I mean, at this point, who doesn't?
And then he'll be like, sure, unless I turn into Mark Ruffalo.
You wouldn't like me when I'm Mark Ruffalo.
Well, General Ross is going to turn into Harrison Ford anyway. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, everyone, contain your excitement. We're going to talk about Captain Marvel now.
I like Captain Marvel.
I like Captain Marvel
It's not
too.
bad. It's not bad at all. It's just not very memorable.
Okay.
It's a good buddy movie, and it's the best Nick Fury movie.
Yes, I view it in the same way I view Ant-Man and the Wasp, as it's a nice palate cleanser after Infinity War, and it leads nicely into Endgame. That's my 2 cents on it.
Well, I don't like leading it into Endgame,
also,
actually, but
probably my favorite. Okay, going into the movie, knowing there's going to be like a Nick Fury prequel, I was kind of already rolling my eyes like, oh, they're going to have to come up with like some, like, we're going to see him lose his eye, we're going to see him become like jaded and like bald and like that. But I liked how they oh no, he lost his cat eye.
You like that?
Alien. Yes, because
that was so awful. Listen, hang on. I need to say this. Okay,
Mick, no, Mick. No, I'm going to talk over you now, Mick.
Okay.
If they had come up with like a legitimate reason for like, oh, like he lost his eye, like I would have rolled my eyes. That would have been just like, ugh. I would have vomited because that's what I was expecting them to do. But having it, I like the idea of Nick Fury being this like super like badass looking guy who just at one point he was holding a cat too close to his face and clawed his eye. That like fits kind of like what this character building up this mystique and then having it be torn away a little.
Yeah, and I hate that. Like, let the Mystique build this. Like, it's the most like I. That's the thing, Graham. I saw that coming. I saw that it was going to be a joke because I was like, okay, they're going to undercut any sense of seriousness. It's just going to be hee-hoo. Here's your corporate joke of the cat, funny cat.
My God.
Yeah.
Actually, Graham has explained this to me before, so I knew Graham's reasoning going into this. I was not ready for Mick to just go right on the other end of it.
Well,
Graham
Mick hates this movie, so
I did. That's the thing. I didn't hate this movie. It doesn't deserve hate. Because it's not bad enough to be hated. It's boring and annoying.
I don't think it's boring.
No.
I
had to take a break
like
midway through. It was so boring.
I think this says more about you than about the movie.
I really like the Skrulls because
I hate the Skrulls
because I really like how they handle them as like not being the villains in a reversal twist where like it's so easy to see them as the bad guys, and like when he comes in and is making this alliance, it's like, okay, this is going to be one of those tenuous alliances where you get betrayed right at the end, and then you see this heartfelt moments where you realize that the Skrulls really aren't bad people, and it just I didn't see that coming, and I thought that was really sweet.
I didn't see that coming either, and I hated it because the Skrull would be such cool villains, and instead we just because they get to disguise as people, and so you can't fight. They're a villain that you can't beat just by punching it.
Dare I push us on to the last honorable mention?
Yeah, you might as well.
Well, to follow up on that performance, we have the Iron Man 2. I'm sure the energy is still here.
I liked Iron Man. I enjoyed Iron Man 2. It wasn't amazing, but I enjoyed it.
The only thing I like about Iron Man 2 is the fight scene in the garden with Iron Man and War Machine.
Whiplash was
Everything
really cool.
else about it kind of sucks.
I'm with you, Vin. The garden scene was really cool. The fight at the end.
That's the only best part of the film, because that's when the film finally comes alive.
I prefer Whiplash before he became Crimson Dynamo.
I like him. He's just a fun Mickey Rourke character.
Yeah. And then they're he made his own Iron Man suit with the whips in it, and then he blows.
Yeah, that I actually agree with. Yeah, he was cooler when he was just the guy.
As a film, it's very disjointed. It's all over the place. This is one of the first real examples of many where production is flinging it everywhere.
They had a chance to go into Tony's alcohol dependency, but they
decided
to be they decided to be like, no, let's focus on his arc reactor in his chest slowly killing him. Makes no fucking sense.
They do some variation on every Tony Stark movie anyways.
That's why I say Iron Man 3 is the best one out of the three, but
we'll get to that.
I do also like the scene where Black Widow takes out a whole room of agents while Happy manages to take out one.
I've always loved that.
Again,
that's good.
That's what I'm saying. The climax of that film is the best part because that's when it comes alive finally. It's that's what I'm looking for.
It just goes on forever. That's the problem.
I also really I don't know. I personally enjoyed what's his name take on Justin Hammer.
Sam Rockwell.
Sam Rockwell's take. Yeah, I enjoyed him.
I hated the Iron Man 2 villains. All of them sucked.
Well, good thing we're not talking about any of those movies.
Yeah. Does anyone have any further thoughts about Spider-Man? Any of the movies we have talked about?
You all just went quiet for 30 seconds, and it was very disconcerting.
Oh, could you not hear us?
Yeah. I said I want my bird, and then no one spoke.
We didn't hear the I want my bird.
That's how boring that joke is, Graham.
I want my bird.
That was a joke?
Usually we have our what's our connection to this, and
we can do a what's our connection.
Here, I'll make mine really quick. I hate movies. All right,
I'll make mine really quick. My dad loves Marvel, and so he dragged me to see all of these. I'm not even in this bracket.
I'll make mine quick. I already did it. I watched almost all of these. I watched in the 2 weeks leading up to New Year's.
I saw all of these either in theaters or on streaming or on direct on demand.
Vinny, any thoughts?
I like superheroes. I like comic books. I've seen, with the exception of The Incredible Hulk, I've seen all of these movies at least once, and I am very proud of that.
All right, Jordan, take it away.
So this is one of my earliest special interests and fixations. When I was a kid, I was really into the Marvel Legends action figures. I saw all the big Marvel tentpole movies, the X-Men movies, the Spider-Man movies, and everything in theaters. So when they started what would become the MCU, I was really excited. What's been really fascinating the last couple of years is how something that has become something that was always my special interest has become the most oversaturated, overhated, hard to talk about thing because it's so universally seen by everybody. And so now it's not cool to like Marvel anymore, whereas it was never cool for me to like Marvel as a kid. And I just want to just affirm something, because the whole thing was that, who wants to drag who, the MCU bracket, why are we even doing this? You guys may think that I'm in here with you. You're stuck in here with me. Okay, this is a trap set by me.
Jordan, wrong company.
The DC line.
I know the DC line, but I wanted to make it clear that I am dragging this to the finish line because I wanted to talk about the MCU.
He dragged me to these movies for 15 years. He's not joking.
Yeah. Damn, I've seen all of these movies in theaters, every last one of them.
He's playing the long con. That's crazy.
Yep. So this is the Jordan bracket.
Since everyone actually gave real answers, I'll just say that I just saw these two Pat talking points with people. I had seen Homecoming because I wanted to watch a Spider-Man, and I'm like, wait, are there 50 other movies that I have to see this? And everyone's like, yeah, so just really quickly watch Captain America Civil War, and then, to get the context for Captain America Civil War, watch Captain America The First Avengers, and then, watch Iron Man 3, and I was like, oh my god, I hate all of you. And then I watched them all, because why not?
Is that not how it happens to all of us?
It's really easy. You can get it done in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's so easy. Mick, you made it look so easy.
Listen, it'd be a different tune if all the films were like slogs to get through, but a lot of the
But the thing is, they're not.
At least in the
I had a
Infinity
blast.
Saga, are really
That's
good.
what the new saga is for.
Yeah,
Well,
like in the Infinity
it's no
Saga,
longer
at least,
cool to
a
like
lot
it
of them
now.
are good. They're more hits than misses.
Well,
It's no longer cool. It's if the movies got bad.
why don't we roll into it?
I think you can make the case that not all of the new ones are bad, Taylor. But
Not all of the new ones are bad, but enough of them are bad.
Again, that would be your opinion. But anyway.
Let's roll directly into it. So it's so great to be able to do this again. For round one, we have Black Panther, which is a Star-Lord pick, going up against my wild card, the wildest card anyone has ever carded.
God, the filibustering.
Avengers Infinity War.
Thank you, Ant-Man.
No, I'm Thanos.
Yeah, you can be Ant-Man. I'm with Mick.
Fine, I'll be Ant-Man. I was Ant-Man in high school, so I can accept this canon. Grant, what do you want to do? Do you want to go first or second?
I'll go second.
Okay. So, as I said earlier, I actually did see almost all of these movies in theaters with my dad. The reason why I'm not in this bracket is because for a lot of these movies, I feel like while I enjoyed seeing them in theaters at the time, I feel like I've lost some level of enthusiasm with them. Infinity War, however, on the other hand, is a movie that I've only grown to love more and more and more as time has gone on. And I'm going to try and talk about this movie completely divorced from the idea that this is the part one finale of 10-something years of buildup. Avengers Infinity War is a great movie because it focuses on Thanos. Thanos is the main character of Avengers Infinity War, and everyone around him is mere pawns to his scheme. And that's one thing that makes Infinity War different from other Marvel movies for me, is that this movie is a downward spiral. It feels like a lot of Marvel movies follow, the traditional 3-act structure. It starts off with a problem, then it gets great, and it dips for a little bit, and then you reach the end. But Avengers Infinity War reaches its peak of positivity in the first second, and then it's downward spirals after that as Thanos continues to win, continues to prank everyone, continues to pull the rug out from every single person. And the reason why we enjoy it so much is because Thanos as a character is so entertaining.
Yes.
We have heard so many quotes from this movie because of how entertaining Thanos' character is. And on top of that, the character being able to take a message like the one that he is trying to say, which is inherently evil. And if anyone defended what Thanos did, I would feel very suspicious about them. But he's able to take a message like that and make me feel sympathetic for him, which is
you can
crazy.
understand where he's coming from.
Exactly. He's going about it in
insane.
Yes.
But you can.
It's very funny that these two are going up against each other.
The thing about this is that also on top of that, Josh Brolin, I'm not a huge Josh Brolin fan. I think he pissed on the legacy of Oldboy, and as such, I will never forgive him. But Josh Brolin did do an incredible Thanos. I can't really imagine anyone else playing Thanos, and he sells every single one of those lines. That just works. This movie has an incredible pace. It starts off with action. It continues action all the way to the incredible climax of the movie where you are split between 4 different POVs of everyone at their final legs of the race trying to stop Thanos, who just so happens to have the exact things that he needs to get the Infinity Gauntlet together. I love the moment right in the last moments where he's walking up to Vision, where Captain America holds down his gauntlet and puts up a fight, and Thanos looks at him with this bewildered expression, how the hell are you blocking this? It's one of my favorite MCU moments. The fight on Titan where he crushes the moon and throws the debris forward is
that's incredible. I love that.
And
throw another moon at me, and I'm gonna lose it.
All that for a drop of blood. And then it all ends off with "you should have gone for the head." Snap.
Yeah.
When that moment happened in the theater, that was probably the loudest I had ever been in a theater because I was so distraught at that final scene.
Did you get did your theater make noise? My theater was very quiet.
My theater was
So
almost
at
empty.
midnight, it made a lot of noise.
Yeah.
Oh no, my theater was almost empty.
Shit.
Because I saw this quite a bit later.
That's
but
pretty cool.
Yeah, it was like, I don't really know if there's going to be a lot of movies, especially in universes, that are going to do something like this again. I think this is a monumental achievement and probably the most interesting thing Marvel has done with this universe.
The closest we'd ever get is if DC manages to like try to attempt it, but
I think DC is off the attempt a cinematic universe train because let's be fair, the cinematic universe rigmarole, hoo-ha, excitement has
run its course.
Yeah. And it has run its course, and there's only 2 survivors, and one of them survived by not actually making a cinematic universe and just consigning itself to being a franchise. I'm talking about the MonsterVerse in that case.
Yep, I figured that one
because they're just like, no, let's just make a series of movies. Let's do the universe thing. So basically, only Marvel succeeded. Anyway, I really liked Infinity War because I got to see my 2 of my favorite heroes in the MCU. Get to have awesome scenes. One being Doctor Strange, who sets everything up by giving away one of the stones because he clearly sees one exit that no one else can, which is a very cool scene. And then second, my main man Thor literally being exposed to the concentrated heat of a neutron star and living.
Yes.
In order to make an axe.
That's honestly one of the coolest moments too in that
so
entire film
much
for me.
My favorite Thor line
Killing
in
you
this movie.
means.
My favorite Thor line in this movie is when Rocket goes, "You speak Groot," and he goes, "Yes, it was an elective on that."
I like that. I love the team up quality of this. I mean, it's easy for a film like this to excel and on intertext alone, but I think what makes this good is just how much is well thought out. Like, again, the Thanos stuff that you were talking about, Christian. I think the reason why I've never been completely enamored with it is because of the soul-crushing, like, emptiness that I felt the first time I watched the ending. And I'm like, oh shit, it's not the I wasn't prepared for it to end like that. And I had to sit with it for a year, and I still remember that pit in my stomach. And I think now that Endgame exists, I can see that as like, okay, I know where it goes to, and it works. But it's like the Empire Strikes Back ending, where it's like, oh, this is a lot. This is a huge feeling of loss to end with. And I think it's a good thing, but I've just always been like, it's always been odd when I think about this movie.
I will say, I just want to list like probably like my least favorite part of the film. I don't like Iron Man's suit in this movie.
Okay.
Really?
I think it looks really bad.
The Iron Spider, though.
No, the Iron Spider looks good, but
Yeah.
Iron Man's suit is like, this just does not look finished. This does not look like, this looks worse than 2008.
Oh, you mean like the CG?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
And also, it's where,
they
like,
were
the
on a
nano-
tight deadline
the
and they
nano
weren't
stuff,
paying people
yeah.
enough. So yes, of course it was CG.
Yeah.
And it would only get worse from there.
Oh, it's awful now. Yeah.
But I will also, like, my last big thoughts on it are, this was a movie that finally managed to nail that
What did it nail?
You did say they finally.
like, not
I
feeling.
heard they managed to nail that
Graham.
cop.
What?
Graham, you cut out in the middle. You said
What?
it sounded like you were saying nail that cop. Something like that.
Don't nail the cop.
No. I mean, that's done before. No, but it nailed like the comic book way of like a group of people fighting one guy, and the one guy is like feels like they're at the very least have a chance of winning, and as obviously Thanos is more than winning.
I attribute the movie as it's a giant game of keep away.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone sucks at it but Thanos.
It may be wise for us to go into Black Panther, but we'll have multiple opportunities to talk about all of these things.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Black Panther is so good that what they do at the end of Infinity War and like for a moment kill off the star of the biggest movie of the year to that point 3 months after that movie, I thought that was ballsy as hell.
Yeah. But Graham, do you want to take it away? I mean, sorry, Star-Lord.
I'll just say this is kind of like, I don't want to say hydrogen bomb versus comic baby, but it's more of like a hydrogen bomb versus maybe like nuclear warhead, where these are both very good movie. Like, I'm it's like Black Panther is like a very, very good movie, but like
Can we not use nuclear arms to describe the differences between the movies?
Yeah.
well, no, it's like
Christopher Nolan has entered the chat.
Oh, God.
This is like cyanide, but the other is like Oxycontin.
First off, like I loved Black Panther's like arc in Civil War. I was very excited to see like him come back here and like actually see Wakanda, see all of like the like also Andy Serkis as Claw.
Oh yes,
Can I?
I'm tired today. If in case you can't tell.
Do you want? Can I tag in?
Yeah, tag him.
All right. The thing that makes Black Panther, I think, stand out more is it's willing to tackle and interact with themes that are a lot more serious and a lot more controversial than a lot of other than any other MCU movie.
Mm.
Like Iron Man kind of dances around with international politics and whatnot. Black Panther really engages head on with, and this is my read on it, that the question the film is asking is, what is the proper relationship between Africa and black Westerners? Like, what does one owe to the other? What should the proper relationship be? That sort of conflict is embodied in the way that we see King T'Challa fight against King T'Challa, who is raised in Wakanda. He is the rightful heir, and then having to go up against Killmonger, who is because
we talk about Thanos, who is one of the better MCU villains. I definitely won't take that away, but regardless of which one of these movies you like better, I think you'd be really hard pressed not to declare Killmonger the best villain in the MCU.
I think he might be.
Yeah.
No, I can agree with that.
He is ruthless. He has no reservations about disposing of anyone who gets in his way, and he has killed hundreds of people all in the name of taking the throne of Wakanda. Like the scene, like when you realize that like every nick on your body, it like represents a kill, and then he's having the duel with T'Challa, and he takes off his shirt, and you see that he's just littered with them, and seeing just how far that goes, and what's so much better is that he is the product of Wakanda's own sins, and the idea that like we made this. He is a monster because of us. When T'Challa is talking to his ancestors and he goes, "All of you were wrong." Oh, his acting is so good in that scene. And then taking us all the way to the end when they have that big CG fight that
well, it's still cool.
I actually think it's really cool when they're like falling into the railways and clashing at each other. And he finally delivers the ending blow. And they're sitting there, they're watching the sunset, and T'Challa says, there might be hope for you. Maybe we can do something. He's like, no, bury me with my ancestors, because they knew that death was better than bondage. And then he just fucking dies. Yeah.
Hell yeah. So he specifically says, throw me into the ocean. Like not bury him, throw him into the ocean, because he wants to die like his enslaved ancestors did, who jumped off the boat.
But he mentioned his ancestors, so I might have
no. But the thing was, and this is just a funny thing, when I heard that scene, I forgot that his mother was an American, and so I was like, I thought you were a prince. Hang on, did I miss a step? And then I remembered, hang on.
Oh, and when he's dueling T'Challa, and he goes, "Is this your king?" Love that line.
Yeah, it's a great one.
Like I was told going into this that it had a great villain, and I'm like, okay, sure. And then like I was really, real impressed, and that's kind of one of the reasons why I love this movie so much, because good villains are so hard to write, man.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I think though is interesting about it is how is that the film is told from Wakanda's perspective.
Yeah, which is one of the most realized MCU worlds in the franchise. I don't think I've ever the scenery, the wardrobe, the fucking.
And also, I just want to make a mention before. I love Andy Serkis as Claw. I'm a little
sad
about
the white guy in the movie, Graham.
Look,
he's the Tolkien white guy.
Him and the other guy.
Martin Freeman.
The other guy.
Martin Freeman.
I feel like
Tolkien one.
Martin Freeman feels like he's left over from an earlier draft of the script. He does what he needs to, but he feels like he's left over from an early draft of the script, where he was meant to be sort of like a. I feel like he was meant to be an audience insert before they realized that Wakanda's not that weird. They need an audience insert.
He's like Coulson, but he flies airships and helps out.
Yeah, the thing I think is interesting. The thing that really struck me as interesting is. When we get, because the beginning of the movie is told almost entirely from Wakanda's perspective, it helps us be primed to not immediately be on Killmonger's side, because had we be coming in from an outsider's perspective, since he is an outsider as well, be primed to immediately just side with him. But because we're seeing Wakanda, we're seeing from Wakanda's perspective. When Killmonger finally arrives, he's got a totally alien worldview to the one that we've been introduced to. The Wakandans, they have their own problems, they have their own issues. Their beef with the Jambari. They're not united. They have all these internal struggles. And it's very clearly not a utopia, which I think would have been a very easy route to accidentally fall down, which is to make Wakanda a perfect location without in comparison to the outside world, which, as great as it is, it's far from perfect. They have their own internal strifes.
But I think the idea is that they thought they were for a very long time, which is why they wouldn't accept outside help, and that's why at the end when T'Challa opens up Wakanda's doors to the outside world, they fix that problem.
That is like one of the movie's positives, I will say, is that they go out of their way not just to show that it's a wonderful place, but there's still conflict, there's still internal strife with other nations within Wakanda.
It makes it feel like a real place rather than
exactly.
All right, so I suppose everyone prep your voting gear. Allow me to announce the voting order. It's gonna go Thor, Hulk, Deadpool, Spider-Man, and Star-Lord. Okay. So, starting off with Thor.
All right. I'm going to.
It hits you now, doesn't it? It hits you now.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I forgot we would have to vote for these. Can you come back to me?
Sure.
Let's just talk about all of them. Let's not vote for them.
Yeah, let's talk for another 18 minutes.
Can I pitch Infinity War again? Actually, no. Hulk.
Wait, Jordan's
something that actually wasn't really mentioned much in the initial pinch round, but I want to bring up now the production design in Black Panther.
Oh, it's perfect.
Everything looks amazing. The costumes, the locations, the scenery, everything looks incredible. Barring one other that we're going to talk about in a little bit, I think that's some of the best production design in the whole franchise. Of the two, I would sooner throw on Black Panther because it's more digestible, and I think probably the better movie, depending on how you think about it. But that's what I'm giving my vote to now, despite Infinity War also being awesome.
All right, Deadpool.
Infinity War is great. It is 10 years of setup, all leading to a giant payoff, but it's not the payoff. It's the setup. And whereas it does end in a really fascinating place, and I remember I went and talked to Jordan right after it finished. I hadn't seen it yet, and I was on my way to see it, and Jordan's like, hey, that movie, it's you're gonna be very interested. I'm like, oh, is it good? Does it have a good ending? It's like, it's good.
He had
to work really hard to keep me away from the scent, and he succeeded.
I just wanted to talk about it with someone.
I got it. I do understand. I ultimately, what I realized about my rewatch of Black Panther is that my objective problems with it are pretty little, and whereas Avengers War Infinity War has high highs, I do have some actual genuine problems with it that I'll save for later. So I am going to vote for Black Panther.
Okay.
This is not the direction I expected. Spider-Man.
Here's the thing, because both are really good and what they set out to do, but I would honestly say Infinity War gets my vote only because of just yes, I agree with Taylor to some extent that it is set up for the real finale of the MCU, or at least part of it. Son of a bitch, man! Infinity War is so fucking good. Exactly, it's so fucking good.
I can't take that away.
We've spent time wondering who is Thanos? Who is he really the big bad? And when we finally get to see Yeah, exactly. Why we get to see like his motives,
Yeah,
his
exactly.
reason for doing things that he's doing and whatnot, and to see him be like the main character and everyone else like the villains of the story. It's honestly a really unique way, I think, of handling a villain up to that point, because let's be honest here, the MCU, at least in the Infinity Saga, was not winning awards in the villain department anytime soon.
Except for these two movies.
No, I would also make an argument for Homecoming. I would make an argument for Homecoming, but that's
All right, well,
fine.
actually, you know what? Fair. That
yeah.
might
I'd make an argument for
tail
Thor.
ends. All right, well, there's a
totally.
couple.
I'll make an argument
Honestly,
for Thor, but
Infinity
not the
War
one that
gets
Nick
my
wants
vote.
me to.
Okay.
I'll say Infinity War gets my vote just because of just how great the spectacle is and just how well they handled it. Because once this movie gets going, it does not stop until the credits.
Yes, agreed, Vinny. Agreed. I am Thanos. Oh no, sorry, I'm Ant-Man.
You can
Star-Lord?
kill Thanos very easily.
True. But enough about insert joke here. Star-Lord.
Fuck. I think I'm gonna have to go with Jordan's reasoning of which of these two movies could I just throw on like at any time, like no matter what I'm doing and have a good time. That's gonna be Infinity War.
Oh,
We're so back.
you used my reasoning, but for a different thing. Nice.
All right, Thor, God of Thunder, it's up to you.
Oh, that sucks because I was hoping to be able to just say I'm gonna give it to Infinity War because I could have sworn Graham was gonna give it to Black Panther, but he's not gonna make this easy for me.
No.
Nope.
So I think I'm going to give it to. I think I'm gonna give it to Infinity War.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's go.
Because yeah, Black Panther is great, don't get me wrong, and the Forrest Whitaker saying the line, "The king will now have the power of the Black Panther stripped away," has been running on repeat in my head since I saw that movie.
Oh yeah.
He just says it in such a funny way. It's just so stuck in my head. I think Infinity War is in many ways more ambitious, and the fact that it accomplishes what it tried is nothing short of amazing. You're right. I would rather throw on Black Panther because I don't want this desolate, empty feeling in my chest at the end of it. But on the other hand, the fact that it's willing to end on a not just like I love the Pirates of the Caribbean trilogy, all right, but even it ends on a lukewarm note. This ends just on a sad note, depressing note, and
Honestly?
that's bold.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I wish they would have actually waited 5 years to do Endgame.
Oh,
I wanted to live. I would have loved
Nice,
to
honestly.
live in that.
cool.
I would have loved to like live in that world like a bit more.
Fun fact, I think I don't know who exactly, but I'm just going to say for the sake of simplicity, I think Marvel offered therapy resources for people after Infinity War went to theaters.
Jesus.
I hope they offered those resources after Endgame. The person I was sitting next to in Endgame was bawling their eyes out when it was done.
Well, we'll get to that.
I feel like I also
Not
need
me,
therapy
right?
after Endgame. But we'll get to that.
We'll get to that. Next up on the docket, by the way, a lot of you put up a lot of these movies simultaneously, so if I get any of these wrong, who cares? The
trying your best.
Avengers, which is a Spider-Man pick, going up against Civil War, Captain America, Civil War, which is also a Spider-Man pick, and I think it could be a Deadpool pick as well. I actually just don't know.
So I'm going to argue with myself. Got it.
And had it not been for Infinity War, it would have been an Ant-Man pick.
True. He's so right for that, but I'll shut up because that's none of my business. Who wants to go first between, I guess Spider-Man, you put both these up. Do you have a preference?
I'll take the Avengers.
All right, take it away.
So, real quick, I'm going to make a bold statement saying that while I do think Iron Man 1 and Captain America, the First Avenger, are solid beginning points for the MCU, I will make the argument that you don't need to watch them to really get a full understanding of who they are, because I think the Avengers, like I said, it's a bold proclamation, Jordan, I know, but
Vinny, I'm gonna back you up here. The first MCU movie I saw in theaters, The Avengers, and I was not lost at any point. Now, I will say, however, having done this rewatch through in the 2 weeks leading up to New Year's, will say the movie is better with context.
It's like saying that like you don't
agree with that.
you don't have to have dessert after dinner, but like you still can, and it'll taste good because of what you ate before. And Avengers is the payoff to Phase 1. So
No. What I was gonna say was that because the reason why I think that you could start watching the MCU with the Avengers is because I think that this film handles a lot of its characterization very well. It does a lot of showing that you get a very good idea of who these characters are within like minutes. Like, you know, you get the impression that Tony Stark is the genius, smart tech guy with how he handles himself, how he carries himself and whatnot. You get that Steve is the no-nonsense, morally incorruptible super soldier with how he carries himself. And then when you put him and Tony side by side, you see how diametrically opposed they are, but still they serve the same goal.
you get the Hawkeye is the cool I'm under mind control era.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
No, not exactly. Don't agree with the sarcasm.
For me, this was like the moment I became like fully invested in the MCU. This film for me does a lot right, and while yes, it may lean a little too much in one direction of like comedy and whatnot, it's the fact that something like this really shouldn't be possible, and yet it still, you know, is a thing. You know, it's a
Do you
thing
think this one
see
leans
on
into
screen.
comedy?
I was going to say, I
A
don't
little bit.
Yes. I think it's one of the funniest movies of the last decade.
I think
Yes.
it definitely. This was like definitely on like the comedy action scale. This is like when a certain writer director put
Because
his.
you got to remember, Joss Whedon is directing this.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it doesn't have its moments, but I feel like these movies got way quippier later.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
No, I think
But
this
was
is
the
Patient
start
Zero.
of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's
but-
fair. Yeah.
But to me, like,
But I think the comedy is good here. I think some of the great lines here
I mean, sure.
work and are natural.
I mean, fucking Hulk
He's-
beating the crap out of Loki is one of the most amazing things
that's
ever.
the highlight of the entire film. But,
Yeah, actually, my absolute favorite scene in the entire all of Phase 1 is when Iron Man has to buy time and he's talking to Loki and he does the "We Have a Hulk" scene. And just like that, I saw that scene before I started watching these movies where like Tony is just like making a drink. He goes, "No drink, you sure? I'm having one." Just like just casually chatting. No, I'm here to threaten you. And he's, no. Let me be very clear. This is me threatening you. He has to like constantly reinforce it, all without a suit. And that scene actually got me interested in the MCU, and that got me attached to Robert Downey Jr. as an actor. Robert Downey Jr. as an actor is fantastic in this movie, and yeah, the comedy in the last act is very, very good. That's right. Captain America and Thor have some secret funny lines where like
he's adopted.
And
Where
also,
they're like-
this movie has critical roles Ashley Johnson in it.
yes, it does. But
I mean,
yeah,
among some of my favorite lines is Thor initially defending Loki as he's my brother, he's adopted, and then as soon as Nick Fury lists out all his crimes, he goes, he's adopted.
Black Widow.
Nick, I will raise you one. I will raise you one better, where it's Hulk and Thor taking on this like giant Chitauri ship, and they bring it down and they crash it into the bank, and then all without warning, Hulk just punches Thor.
Yeah. There's another line. I love both the delivery and the context, which is Black Widow saying to Captain America, "It's like you can't go out there. You know, they're so much more powerful. They're basically gods." And Captain America goes, "There's only one god, ma'am, and he doesn't dress like that." And then jumps out of a fucking airplane without a parachute.
Well, it seems to run on some kind of electricity.
Also, this is
wrong.
the inclusion of the Captain America "I understood that" reference line.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, like, that's what I mean. This movie is just so enjoyable.
It's enjoyable, but
and like I said, it's something that really shouldn't work, but it does, and that's what I love about it so much.
It takes itself just seriously enough,
and most of the movie is just them talking.
Exactly. It's like it's the perfect example of a comic book movie.
I just feel like it's the most these superheroes can't stop squabbling to get the job done movie in the entire
it's the first.
Oh no, that's Age of Ultron.
Oh,
that too.
in fact, they don't stop. Actually, you can make an argument that that's Civil War.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Perfect transition point.
Well, that's good because Civil War is we're all in agreement that Civil War is an Avengers movie, first of all, right?
No, I disagree. I think it's a Captain America movie.
2.5. That's what it is.
I'm going to kill you.
I think it's a Captain America movie to its own detriment.
Yeah. I think it should have been an Avengers
because
movie.
I think before we get into let me just say I do think Civil War is good. I just think it kind of underdeveloped some things that I wish it would have more like. I liked the conflict is between like, should the Avengers answer to like another power, like should they be held accountable or should they remain an independent force? But then it kind of gets thrown out the window and like not really addressed like part of the movie. I was like, oh cool, we're getting like a scene, like a team up of like Team Cap versus the Iron Man. Oh, it's one fight like in a.
It becomes like more
barely
prosecuted for what he's done.
Well, to touch on that, first of all, I'll say that I think if there's a reason why that theme, where the concept is like gets muddled, it's because there's an actual mastermind, and to that end, it's easy to see that Iron Man is obviously the impulsive one who could stand to listen to reason, but like the actual idea between like, do we follow the call of someone else, is actually in and of itself intriguing because neither side is inherently wrong for feeling the way they do. It's just that when you establish an actual bad guy, and what's his name, Zemo.
Baron Zemo.
It's Zemo, yeah.
Yeah, he's not a Baron in this. He's Colonel, but yeah.
That's when things get messed. But that fight scene that you were just about to talk about, Graham, in that airport, is one of the greatest things that Marvel has ever done because the way it handles team battles is a way that I often don't feel like these movies are able to do so well. Where like this is one of the examples where I feel the most like my toys are clashing with each other and colliding and cooperating in ways that I don't get to see. Ant-Man and Spider-Man are so entertaining in this. This is the introduction to Spider-Man in the franchise. And Ant-Man
and again, it's CGI. It doesn't look great, but I forgive it.
I don't know what CGI is. I never noticed bad CGI. Okay, CGI is all good.
Are we gonna talk about CGI in the MCU?
Seriously.
Part of me is kind of glad they didn't try to actually tackle the Civil War storyline from the comics because
absolutely
agreed. This is the exact right amount of heroes to make this intelligible as a film.
Yes.
If there were any more,
we don't need the Illuminati. We don't need Speedball or any of that.
If there were any more heroes, this would be unintelligible as a film. If there were any less, it would feel weirdly empty. Which It even kind of does borderline feel weirdly empty, but if they had another, I would have said, no, this is too many people. But the problem with that is that it's going to be a much smaller scale conflict, and so the Sokovia Accords is going to have to be a much smaller storyline because you can't, like, that's not a question you can really tackle in a single movie. Mm-hmm. And also, I think one problem with this film is their choice to market it as if there was ambiguity on who was right and who was wrong. Because they kind of
trailers.
It's clearly Cap.
I didn't watch the trailers for any of these, and I'm so glad I didn't.
Well, no, because like they were like selling merch that was like, "Are you Team Iron Man or are you Team Captain America?" And it's like that doesn't make any sense in the context of the film.
That's them just trying to
fill in. They were trying to recreate what they had in 06 when the comics were out.
Yeah, when Civil War, the movie, was coming out, Marvel did actually do a second Civil War event, which was even worse than the first, if you can believe it. But that's
you don't like Civil War?
The comic, no, I don't think it's all that good, in my opinion.
Okay, well, I disagree, but okay, that's fair.
Yeah. That's why I say the movie is a lot better than the source material, in my personal opinion.
Well, the movie condenses it all rather than just having it all play out over 5 months and having it be all.
That's what movies do when they have to adapt materials.
Both sides are in the right in some way without being douchebags. But again, that's just me.
I think that this film is a good adaptation, even if it's not really interested in the actual necessarily adapting Civil War as it appears in the comics. I think it's a good adaptation in trying to fit into a movie, even though I like both. Although actually, I'll say I like all three because, and this is I think something me and Jordan might have in common. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2, my first introduction to the Civil War storyline.
Yes, they did Civil War, and you got to choose a side when you get to play the game.
Yeah,
cute.
By the way, can we talk about Steve making out with his would-be lover's niece?
Oh my god!
Yeah,
talk about dropped plot lines. That is one I'm glad they dropped.
Yeah.
Because
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page about that.
I'll be honest,
Yeah.
I totally forgot about that scene.
Mhm.
Thanks
I
for
wrote it
reminding me,
down.
Yeah, I
Taylor.
think the franchise wants you to. There's some good scenes with Cap and Bucky and Falcon that are really good in the middle bit of this, and then of course the eventual conflict and getting to see Spider-Man and Black Panther and all those interactions. And that is the meat of this movie, and that is when the movie succeeds the most. I think the stuff at the edges, the stuff at the beginning and end are the most dramatic stuff, but I don't know if it's the strongest stuff here. And I think it's still good, but
Yeah.
obviously I'm here for the stuff in the middle.
All right. I swear I like this movie. I just have 2 more complaints. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I doesn't make sense to me that Zemo would hate Captain America. Like, I think he should be hating Iron Man more, and he's kind of like helping Iron Man in this movie.
He hates
He's
them
not
both.
helping Iron Man.
Well, he's like, here, I'll give you closure on like what happened to your parents.
Yeah, because he's trying to make Iron Man.
And
Look,
Cap
if
happy.
Iron Man kills Captain America, like that's a win for him.
I know, but he specifically like also it's like they set up like, oh, like there are these like secret super soldiers that Zemo can get, and like, oh no, Zemo just kills them. It's like, why would I want more of you? It's like you really weirdly hate specifically Captain America.
Well,
Interestingly,
I think
it's more or
Zemo's a
less
Captain
like
America
you hate
villain.
the idea of the
no,
Avengers.
yes, I know he's a Captain America villain. I'm just saying in the context of this movie series,
That's
I'm like-
I'll grant. You know what? I'll grant you that it is that his motivation would seemingly be more should seemingly be targeted more towards Tony Stark, as Tony Stark was the one who created Ultron.
yes.
But I don't know. I at least in the context of the film, I wasn't even thinking of that.
Like that's what I mean when I say this is a Captain America film to its own detriment.
Yeah.
Would you rather it had been Iron Man Civil War?
I love a movie.
I
Iron
think I would have
America.
preferred Civil War.
Yeah. Avengers Civil War.
Okay, fair enough.
Would you rather
Yeah.
Iron America or Captain Man? Which do you prefer?
I think.
Iron
Well,
America.
there is Iron Patriot, which is
Yes. You're very right for that. Before we get to the voting, by the way, I'll say that this movie was a phenomenon when I was in high school with my friend group, and inspired me a little bit tonight because we were all. Mick referenced this earlier. We were all kinned with particular Avengers, and I was Ant-Man. Anyway, voting time.
Yeah.
You Thor. What would you vote for?
I think in this case, I'm going to go for the Avengers because overall, I can't think of. There are things I would change with Captain America: Civil War that I wouldn't change with the Avengers. As in, like, I can think of things that I would want to change about Captain America: Civil War. I can't think of anything I want to change about the Avengers.
Okay. Hulk.
Civil War represents the beginnings of the Russification of the MCU, where the colors start being more muted, the CGI starts being less realistic, and these start sort of gelling into the routine. The Avengers, not only is it still fresh and still fun, but I think that it still represents the oversaturation point of the franchise, and it's also just a really good blockbuster film that I can throw on any time and enjoy any part of. So the Avengers.
Deadpool.
I guess I'm the weird one who probably maybe has the most problems with the original Avengers. Not that I don't enjoy it, but like
It's not a weird thing.
Even if you could, like, you guys have sold me on the idea that, like, yeah, I guess in every Avengers movie there is the Avengers squabbling, and Civil War is the ultimate epitome of that. But in the Avengers, to me, it feels the most easily avoidable. And I don't know. I still feel like the humor, even though the humor is there, I feel like it really evolved later in. And Civil War's highest highs to me, I think, are better than the whole of Avengers. So I am going to vote for Civil War.
Okay.
Ooh, you're about to cause a civil war. Spider-Man.
So I love both of these films just like for like the implications that they had later down the line and the knock-on effects that they had. But I will say that I think the Avengers still holds up really, really well, and that will always be like one of my favorite MCU films because of just how impactful it is and what it led to. Civil War, I think, is a really good movie. Like I said, I think it's a lot better than the source material. And I think, if you want to get into like the ideas of what it's about, you should start with the movie, personally. but I will always hold Avengers in like higher regards because I do understand what people say when they say it's not really a Captain America film, as it's more of an Avengers 2.5 kind of deal. It's more or less,
kind of.
Yeah, it's more or less dealing with the aftermath.
It never felt like Civil War
Avengers 2.
wasn't an Avengers movie. That's the thing.
Even the main villain, his motivations stem from what happened in Avengers 2. So I think that's why like I vote for the Avengers over Captain America Civil War.
Mm.
And then for the pity vote, Star-Lord.
I'm going to vote for Avengers, but I feel like I need to like balance the scale a little bit by doing like one complaint about the Avengers. Knowing what happened, like what the latest we were about, it kind of makes no sense that Thanos would just give an Infinity Stone to Loki for this movie. That's all I'm gonna say.
Maybe he was playing long game.
I mean, it was like, wow, that fucking blew up in my face. Wow.
Yeah, and then first opportunity he got, he killed Loki.
In his defense, the fact that a team which include Man with Bow and Arrow managed to defeat his Chitauri army on a I don't there's no universe in which Thanos planned for that.
I'm just saying it kind of is really obvious because like when they put in that Thanos scene, they didn't really have any idea where to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's easier to know where the stones are if they're all in one spot.
Yeah, and I think Thanos probably thinks too little of Loki.
Mm-hmm. I just want to know where he got it, like in the first place.
That's right. We never learn where the Mind Stone came from.
The Thanos store.
Came from the mind.
The Thanos store.
He was just like, man, my planet tore itself apart. Let me open up the. Oh, I got a free gift in every box of the cereal.
Yeah,
It's a fucking gotcha.
I mean, not to spoil anything for the show Loki, but they use them as paperweights there.
Stan Leo's.
Oh,
I like that.
all right. We move on to the next round, which vexes me.
Yes.
Avengers: Age of Ultron, which is a Deadpool
Everyone
pick,
shall appear.
versus Captain America: The Winter Soldier, which is a Thor pick.
Talk
Deadpool,
about-
Thor. Who wants
Let's
to go
just
first?
Talk about hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby.
I was just gonna say, let's kick. Since we've been talking about Avengers movies nonstop, let's just keep the Avengers dialogue going.
Sure. Deadpool.
We talked about a Captain America movie last round.
Oh shit! Okay,
Yeah.
which I did too.
You are an amazing human being. Why did you have to say it was a Deadpool pick? Why did you have to say it? I mean, look, all right. Look, okay, no, it's fine. I'll vouch. I'm gonna vouch for this movie. Because I think Age of Ultron is pretty cool. Because we talked about how you guys find the humor in Avengers to be like the start of the humor, and I really feel like it really finds its place here in Age of Ultron. I really feel like the Avengers are this group of friends who have like figured out the dynamics between each other. They quibble, they joke with each other while fighting on the battlefield. They have team up attacks. You have Cap and Thor's shield bash. The beginning of the movie, someone curses in Captain America's like language, and then they fucking never let him live it down for the rest of the movie. And yes, you might find it cheesy, but I think it's fucking hilarious.
No, that is such like an in character Captain America joke.
Yeah. And then of course it further like shows how close they are when they're like having a party and they're all like getting together and they're like, hey, let's all try to lift Thor's hammer. And like you get all the characters together to try to lift it, and then you get a little bit of lore building when you see that Steve can kind of inch it, and you're like, oh yeah, gee, I wonder what that was. I think that like this is where the quippiness of these movies really gets fun. And to top it all off, I think Ultron is a fun villain. He goes from doomsayer about the world to a slightly sensitive, silly robot at the drop of a hat, and I honestly find the bipolar nature of him like super funny.
Yeah, he's a character who, as soon as he was born, took in the entire internet. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that would turn anybody evil.
Mm-hmm.
I think Quicksilver becomes a fun character. Him as a hero was the best part of him.
This film's greatest crime is that it deprived us of more Gopnik Silver.
Yeah, Yeah.
I love the fucking Adidas tracksuit wearing Quicksilver.
Yeah.
I'm sad that they killed him off. I understand why they did it if they
Yeah.
were going to move on to Civil War because he kind of breaks that movie. But
And also, he's a villain in the comics, whereas Scarlet Witch is a hero in the comics, so it makes sense for him to die and her to hang on.
Yeah.
This is one of the best Hawkeye depictions. He's really underrated in this one. Yes, he goes down in the first fight, but after that, he shows heart with the Maximoff twins, actually helping them find their good qualities. He doesn't get mind control
really
because
like
he's
him.
like, been there, done that, not happening again. That's great. Iron Man versus the Hulk. Such a good fight.
Yeah.
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep.
yeah. I will say that is one thing I will compliment this film on is that it improves on the first one's shortcomings, and I like that.
Yes.
You know,
I don't like how Vision is handled in this movie. Here's the deal. Tony made Ultron, and Tony is the reason why all this movie happened. I got it. So when they have to fucking hold themselves accountable for what they did, and the opportunity to do the exact same thing happens again, Tony does the exact same thing again. He's basically like, he made Ultron and failed, and basically he's like, all right, so let's do the same thing, but put Jarvis in this body. And Tony's like, his reasoning is, we're mad scientists. This is what we do. And they do the same wrong thing, but it just works with no consequences. We give Tony this gift that he didn't earn, and I don't get it. And like, yes, Vision is cool. The scene where he hands Thor the hammer, proving his worthiness, that's really great.
But
it
put
feels
the hammer in an elevator.
But like when Vision is the one who gets to deliver the final message about humanity to Ultron, it really feels like that should have been Tony or even Bruce who like learned a lesson throughout the movie. But like you give it to the character who showed up right at the end, and that's my biggest problem with this movie.
One yesterday. No, I think it works because it is Jarvis. It is someone who has spent Ultron came online, down the internet, was like, all right, this shit gotta go. But Jarvis has he's seen the failings, but he's seen the triumphs personally. I think that's why it had to be him, because they're both kind I like that little they're all doomed, Well, nothing's beautiful because it lasts.
Yeah.
I don't know. Here's my thing. This is a hard movie to critique, because anything I want to critique, I'm like, well, I actually kind of would have liked this. I just wish they gave time to it, There's very few things in this film that I think are bad moves. There are some things I think are bad moves. But the biggest problem this film is that it can't focus on anything for too long because it's trying to do too many things.
This is really where the franchise elements kind of reared its head, because they're like, oh, they're
trying to set up too much.
You gotta have Thor see the Infinity Stones, and
honestly, I actually kind of enjoyed that bit. But the point being is that so many of this movie's plot points are, well, we need to do this, we need to do this, we need to do this. When it feels like there's at least 3 different movies all fighting to be let out of this one movie.
You know what, Mick? The sun is getting real low.
That is a problem with this film, is that there's so much you need to keep track of that you may not get out of your first initial viewing. You may need to watch it again. And Age of Ultron, I don't think is a very short film either. I think it's
no, it's not. It's very overweighted, and
it's one of the longer.
It being a mess doesn't exactly help it there.
Yeah,
I guess ultimately, for me, it's seeing the Avengers grow far beyond the 6 we started with, while keeping up the camaraderie and good vibes of it all that I just feel like is better represented here than the first Avengers movie. Really keeps the movie fun for me.
Yeah, this is the only movie where they are just the Avengers. They don't have to come together. They don't have to be brought apart.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I like that, but just it needed a better movie, I think, and a more compact movie that wasn't trying to do too many franchise things at once.
You know what, Jordan? I got no strings on me.
If I may lead us gently into the Snowy Soldier.
All right, yeah.
Oh.
So let's go again. So this is my pick, even though it's I think this was an honorable mention that got on. This is one of my honorable mentions, but I still really like this movie. Yeah. So there's an old movie, came out in what year was it?
75.
75, yeah. Jordan knows what I'm talking about. I'm about to say 3 Days of the
Yes.
Condor
Yes.
is one of the most gritty, down-to-earth spy movies ever made. So it's Robert Redford.
It's a wonderful film.
Amazing. This movie is basically just 3 Days of the Condor, but with Captain America in the lead role. It is a dark, very serious, in some places even grim, spy movie, starring everyone's favorite recently thawed out super soldier. Arguably, one could say that this film is overrated, but for someone who hadn't really heard anything about that for a while and had only just seen it for the first time, I mean, it's fantastic. I love this movie. Everything, we got to see an interesting dynamic between Cap and Black Widow, which honestly gave me Knuckles and Rouge vibes from the Sonic franchise.
Sure, let's go with that.
It's our introduction of Falcon. We get to hear a lot about seeing Cap trying to readjust into the world. We learn that Peggy Carter is still alive, except she has Alzheimer's.
But are you okay?
I am so upset that this movie has a still alive Peggy Carter. There is no build up to this scene. There is no explanation as to why it is happening, and then it ends and is never mentioned again. Steve should not have been allowed to see Peggy again.
I, for one, love the fact that Peggy Carter was still alive, but also the fact that because she has Alzheimer's, she keeps re-meeting him again for the first time, again and again.
The Drew Barrymore of the MCU.
I like that movie.
It's a good movie.
More importantly, we see Cap just uncomfortable doing the missions he has to do, gradually getting more suspicious of all the things he has to do for S.H.I.E.L.D. And eventually the reveal that, a plot point that, I don't think anyone would have seen coming at the end of the first Avenger is that they're setting up the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. was infiltrated by Hydra and carved from the inside out into just one more of Hydra's tentacles. And Toby Jones kept alive with his head in a computer running on 1970s computer technology.
Mm-hmm. It was a cute little way of making him more like his comic book.
Yeah,
exactly. Yes.
Yeah, just in general, the movie has so many twists and turns. It's got a lot of very cool bits of where it actually feels like a proper spy movie when, Fury goes to his apartment and is having a normal conversation with him, but texting on, showing images on the phone of what he's saying. Yeah. That kind of stuff is cool. And also, the return of Bucky and his actually rather gruesome, the gruesome way he's mind-controlled. Also, Robert Redford, whose casting is...
Oh, incredible.
Yeah, his casting as the villain in this movie is amazing. It is a perfect example of a movie that I think does the suit-wearing bad guy really well, where he doesn't turn into a monster at the end. He stays the guy in the suit.
That would have been something.
No, that doesn't happen until
he doesn't have a pair of sunglasses to take off a la Shazam.
I don't know what you're referring to, but...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, why? Because you went to see Shazam and Mick didn't? Okay, I can't.
Let me say something that probably has not been spoken. This sentence has not been spoken in for a long time. I like what this movie did to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. The TV show.
I'm with you.
I've never seen that show.
I know what you mean.
The twist. Because they made one of the main characters on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. also a secretly a Hydra agent, and he was supposed to be the main guy. I remember watching it being oh, they're gonna have him be he's a triple agent at the end. No, they just stick with him becoming a villain, and it's great. Yeah, season one of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is very good. I didn't watch anything after that.
Okay.
Shall we go into the vote of votes?
Sure.
No one has anything else to say about Winter Soldier? Okay, cool.
I do, but we can go to that.
That's fine.
We'll say during your vote.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Because you'll be voting second anyway.
I was just kind of shocked that I went that entire thing basically doing the entire spiel myself.
Well, I was going to, but
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, Mick, I still have 30 Infinity War notes.
That's right.
You know what? We'll get to you, Jordan, very shortly. But first, Thor, put in your vote.
I am voting for Captain America: The Winter Soldier.
All right, hold. Take it away with what you're going to say.
Okay, what I was going to say is that when Mick, you were referring to the fact that people think this movie is overrated, I belong to that crowd because the one thing that I really don't like about this movie is that, and that is really my problem with a lot of Captain America movies, is that we're tied to Captain America's very squeaky clean moral code. And this entire movie is fueled by Captain America wanting to do what's right and his sort of criticism and of the Nick Fury regime is like, well, this is the morally way to go, and this is not how it's going. And there's a bit too much of that in this movie. And again, like I think that his worldview of, well, this is the way this needs to be done, and this is what's right, is a bit too simple for the actual conflict of Hydra and Bucky and all these things. And that's why I've never completely been able to wrap myself around this movie. I think it's a very cool, sort of spy film, and I like how subtle it can be, but I've never been able to really champion as much as I could. I'm still voting for it because I think it's better than the other one.
Getting real low.
But and see, here's one of the things I think is that I think this is going to come up. I think this is going to be a problem for a few of us in some of these movies. Is that the things that we like about a movie is the very thing that someone else here doesn't like, and so that aspect of Captain America's character is one of the things I like about this movie.
The other thing I want to say real quick before the next person votes, this movie's too gray. Okay, now I can.
Why are you gray? Deadpool, you decide.
If I didn't rewatch Winter Soldier, I would go on a tirade about this movie because the first time I watched it, I hated it. It was so boring the first time I watched it. I could not keep up with the plot. The character work was so bad. Peggy being alive drove me crazy. Good thing I rewatched it because on a rewatch, what I realized is that this is a very good action movie. The action in this movie is good. I do still feel like a lot of the character work is unfinished. Steve finding a place in a new unfamiliar world, I feel like is only glazed at and is overshadowed by the appearance of Bucky. Similarly, we have Natasha finding out she's been serving a new bad guy in Hydra, whereas S.H.I.E.L.D. was this home for her. And ultimately, it's just Black Widow doing Black Widow things. But I don't know. The introduction of Falcon, who, to be fair, doesn't come in halfway through, but I still think is really cool. The on your left scene. I would have loved.
I didn't realize that was so early when I sat down to watch the movie.
Yeah. I would have liked more of Captain America getting in touch with the 21st century. Seeing him add to his to-do list was this cool thing that I would have loved more of. So I actually do like the Winter Soldier now, and I didn't think when I would rewatch the Winter Soldier that I would like it way more than I did. But but no one else is going to defend Age of Ultron, so I have to, because the sun's getting real low.
Spider-Man.
So
I'm saying it like Kingpin from in the Spider-Verse.
Get me votes from Spider-Man.
Love the Mets, baby. Love the Mets, baby. Love the Mets. Come on, baby. Let's get a home run.
You know, me, Spider-Man. I've absorbed the power of the Let's Player. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to me kicking your fucking ass.
This ain't gonna be very wholesome 100 for you.
What? Spider-Man, quick.
You sound like Colossus from the X-Men.
We're doing the Spider-Verse bracket.
So what are we? Some kind of League of Legends?
Let him vote.
But what about male models?
Nick, stop cutting the cucumber lengthwise.
Oh my god.
Classic Egyptian humor.
Spider-Man.
I so wish Moon Knight was a film and that we could be talking about it right now. I so wish after that. I will vote for Captain America and the Winter Soldier. Not that I don't like Age of Ultron. It's just, like I said, it takes a lot to get through it and understand what exactly happens in Age of Ultron. Whereas with Captain America and the Winter Soldier, it is focused, it is streamlined and focused.
You're right, Mick. I feel the opposite.
It's actually not the point I was making, but whatever. We're agreeing.
Yeah, we're agreeing. Shut up.
Take this temperatures. Mick
and Taylor are friends for the moment.
Finally,
you take your TT today.
Star-Lord.
It's a good thing I'm going last because I'm about to say something that might I think Avengers: Age of Ultron is sort of like a similar kind of way to the Amazing Spider-Man 2, in that there is a very good movie like in there, but there's like a lot of like stuff like kind of like packed onto it. But I am going to vote for Age of Ultron, and also I'm sorry, I'm becoming the complainer guy. I don't like how in Captain America: The Winter Soldier, Falcon is just some dude that Cap is like running alongside. Oh, and he's also part of like a super secret military program with like.
I'll grant you that
Falcon.
that was stupid.
It's a Jessica Jones problem of like, well, all right, it's just a random guy on the street, and he's also could be a superhero. Like, kind of like is like makes the world feel a little less like special.
Big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think if I love like the on your left scene. I just wish there was like maybe some other way of like, oh hey, I'm also a super secret like soldier with like a wingsuit.
I'm a big fan of this Graham complaining, Mark.
Graham complains.
Look, I'm a DC fan. I've had these building up.
You've been beaten down by society for too long.
Like,
and I have never read a comic book in my life. Which one of us should be here less?
Clanky.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Jordan,
Everybody's
that's the
Clanky.
R.I.P. Clanky. He died again, canonically.
He's a super ghost now.
Jordan,
We're gonna have to grab a Clanky from another alternate universe.
Oh my god.
It's a fantastic answer, Jordan.
Clanky into the Clankyverse.
Clanky Doom. Clanky Doom.
Hey, gang.
Anyway. It is time to move on to a round. Call it the calm before the storm, depending on who ends up
The
doing
Paramount round.
what. We have Thor, put up by Thor, going up against Iron Man, which was put up by Hulk and Spider-Man.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, do you three deliberate who wants to go first?
Yeah.
So I went. Well, I didn't go first, but like I went last round. So do you want to go first, Jordan?
Yeah, and I will keep this relatively quick. Iron Man is interesting to watch when you're going through the MCU because it's relatively close to what was the standard for action movies in 2008. It feels more like a Peter Berg or a Michael Bay film than like a Russo brothers spectacle of like 8 years later. I think Iron Man works because of what Robert Downey Jr. is able to put into it, and also the accuracy of the origin story from the comics. Obviously, it was retrofitted towards a more recent war than doing some outdated stereotypes in the eastern
Don't worry,
part
that's
of the world.
probably even more accurate to the comics.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the one criticism people have is that this is a very military positive film that the U.S. government helped write the script for, essentially, and it's very much glossing over atrocities against people in the Middle East. But I try and stomach that when I watch this. I think that the way this movie crafts Stark as both this getting away from himself kind of running at a million miles an hour genius, as well as someone grappling with his own morality, I think is really good. I like his dynamic with Pepper and with Rhodey in this one. I think Terrence Howard as Rhodey is underrated, I hate to say, even though he is a bit much.
Next time, baby.
I think that next time.
That's the single greatest thing that has ever happened in the cinematic universe.
Yeah.
Is the guy says "next time, baby," and then gets fucking
And he never
fired.
comes back.
Hey, well, thanks to the
Yeah.
multiverse, we know that he got that chance. We just never saw it.
Yeah.
Yay.
I like a lot of the action sequences in this. I like the sequence where Pepper has to reach into Iron Man's heart and try and save his life, and it's a really tense but funny sequence. I like the sequence where Iron Man has been spotted by the government and is trying to call off the jets with Rhodey in tow the whole time. There's a lot of really cool sequences in the middle of this film. It's also really well written. I like the sort of Jon Favreau influence there. I think that there are some very generic MCU issues, like having a villain being a guy in the suit who becomes a more monstrous version of that, despite the performance Jeff Bridges does give.
Which I think
the
this works for that because it was not his intention to get into the suit. It's just like, oh, I'm being raided by FBI. Fuck it, I have to be the one to get in the suit.
Yeah, and he's great. He's wonderful. Yeah, Tony Stark built this in the cave with a bunch of scraps.
Was able to build this in a cave.
One thing I have to say is that something I love about the first Iron Man suit he builds is that I can buy that he built that in an Afghan cave.
Yes.
Yeah, and it looks so much like the original.
Exactly. Like it makes sense. It's like, yeah, no, that's exactly what you would build if you had access to, yeah.
One of my actual favorite moments of the final fight with him and Stain, right?
Obadiah Stane.
Yeah, Obadiah Stane.
Yeah. This is like, it's a really small, like, it's a really easy thing that they wrote, but like, it's a really good setup and payoff moment where Tony's suit has the whole icing problem thing. And so later in the movie, he's chasing him up and he goes, "Face it, Tony, my suit is better than yours in every way." And he just goes, "How'd you solve the icing problem?" Knocks him down.
Yep.
So cool. He should have been defeated right then and there. He should not have gotten a second chance. That was the end of the fight. It was so
Well, that's how these movies work.
No, he had to have his girlfriend kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And resuscitate him.
For like the first of 2 times in this franchise.
Also, can we talk about how this is the first MCU movie, and the very first thing you hear in this MCU movie, in the beginning of the MCU franchise, so American.
This movie likes its AC/DC.
It's a fun
we were talking about it. We were talking about it a little earlier, but it's what I find so interesting going back to this movie after like all the crazy shit Tony does, and whatnot, to see him like have a suit that is nowhere near as advanced as some of his later suits are. It honestly, I think, makes the first film age like a fine wine, because it's so cool to see how Tony like solve problems. He solves problems not just with the suit that he had, but like he had to use his mind a little bit more and whatnot. Like his suit can't really do all the heavy lifting.
For like a franchise that I think a lot of like recent times has come to sort of begin to like rest on his laurels, and kind of like the studio itself has kind of just assumed like its own success a lot of the time.
This is a film that was lean and hungry and needed to fight for its meal.
This was this like they like took very big swings with this movie. Like, oh, we're gonna get the guy who did Elf. We're gonna have Robert Downey Jr. who is like
a Christmas movie, all right?
Who was
drunk in a ditch.
And also, like, it's weird to think that, like, in 2008, Iron Man wasn't really, like, a big household name.
Oh, Iron Man was basically it'd be extreme to say he's a D-list hero, but he was not
a D-list hero.
He was, like... Yeah, like, I mean, if you look, like, his Rose Gallery was evil businessman, evil Soviet, and evil Chinese people. Like, that's all he had. Yeah. He had no recognizable villains, except for maybe kind of...
He had Blizzard, Grey Gargoyle, Whirlwind, Whiplash.
Not quite my tempo.
Exactly. Not quite my tempo. But point being is that it's amazing how much this film took Iron Man from who to I can buy a Mr. Potato Head Iron Man figure.
Yep. Yeah, this movie is cool as hell, and if it's on cable a lot, I like popping it on because there's a lot to still, as a movie, as a good old fashioned like 2000s blockbuster. It really works. Yeah.
Also, every time I look at Tony Stark's house, I think, man, an earthquake would sink that thing in seconds.
We'll get to that.
It kind of does in a future film.
That's why you have Tony Stark money to, withstand that kind of stuff.
Jarvis rebuilt my house.
Yeah.
Clanky set up the server.
Jarvis set up the server. It's Clanky Jarvis.
Oh, I also have to say, I like the reinvention of Jarvis as an AI instead of a butler. Because people don't really have like butlers anymore.
No.
Well, Bruce Wayne.
Unless you're really rich.
But that's the thing. If you're like...
Batman still has one.
Yeah, Batman still has one, but Batman's old money. Tony Stark's new money.
Alfred's been dead in the comics for like
That's-
years at this
yeah.
point.
But
Yeah.
All right, if we're getting to the Butler section of the conversation,
Oh,
Yeah, all right, we gotta do the other one.
Yeah.
Thor.
That's what
Yeah.
that's
All
what this show will
so-
be named.
Thor may be my number 1 or my number 2 favorite MCU movie.
Really?
Yes. I love
Vinny.
Thor. Vinny sounded so unconvinced.
Really?
I love this movie so much.
I also think Thor is pretty good, though. Is the thing.
So here's
Yeah.
So this is why I mentioned the thing that I like about it. I think is all the kind of thing that a lot of people aren't going to like about it. Is I love the. So first off, it's directed by Kenneth Branagh, and you can tell it's directed by Kenneth Branagh because it's got this very sort of very theatrical, Shakespearean, melodramatic vibe. Like, the thing I love about this movie is that Asgard doesn't feel like a real place. There's one scene in which we have extras in the film, in Asgard, where we have a crowd. The rest of the scene, the most we have is guard number 1 and 2. It's so focused on the characters who actually have lines. It's so focused on the named characters. That the place feels like a stage. Like they don't have them. Like they don't have extras. It's just the characters you recognize here. You know, so it's only the characters who have names that are interacting and.
What the fuck is this?
My favorite part.
And the plot, if you remove a lot of the fantastical elements and you change the names, it feels like a Shakespeare play. It's about a bunch of nobles who are betraying one another. You know, the brash one that gets exiled. You know, the younger brother who is secretly working with the kingdom's enemies in order to take the throne for himself. When all he really wanted was it's like an interpersonal journey for him. And you have that half of the movie, and then the other half is like a fish out of water, almost alien type movie, where you have a group of scientists who have found this guy who was apparently just survived being transported through an Einstein-Rosen bridge. I love their characterization, because Thor isn't an idiot. He's just not used to the world he's in. You know, he's used to Asgard and how Asgard works. He's not used to being on Earth. He doesn't understand the subtle mores of Earth culture.
And I will say that dynamic in movies is one of my favorite things, where there's someone who's unfamiliar with the rules of a world and has to slowly acclimate to it and kind of fall in love with it all on its own. Yeah. I like that shit. And that's why, like, for me, when Thor gets to Earth, that's when the movie gets really good for me. I'm not saying the Asgard part of the movie is bad, but it goes on for a while.
I like both personally, but yeah.
No, it's fine. I know that, like you said, to start with this, we have to accept both sides of these things because we're not going to be...
I like the Asgard part better than the Earth part.
I don't like you.
I know.
Wow. Not the fallout I was expecting from this
one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, George. I didn't mean that.
Yeah.
No, I know you don't mean it. It's okay.
One of my friendship ended over Thor.
The idea is that Thor is arrogant and he has to become better, and I like that kind of growth. I like when arrogant people have to become better people, and like that's very well handled with Earth. I almost said with Earth. Earth is a great character.
Well, we'll get to a planet villain soon. Clearly.
Thor, there's just I don't know. I just like Thor gets hit with a car twice. The movie it's consistent. It's.
I wouldn't say that.
Shut up, Jordan. I hate you.
The other thing I love about this movie is the production design. So the production design is done by Bo Welch. Bo Welch, if you know, he works with Tim Burton a lot. I'm not going to mention the other thing he's also well known for.
He's married to Catherine O'Hara.
Yes, sure, that's what we're going with.
No, I can mention that.
Yeah, no, we can mention that. There's one other thing which you should never mention. He perfectly captured, in a lot of ways, I feel like, the Jack Kirby visual style for Asgard. Maybe not like it has all like the weird bits and bobs and like the random circles. It'd be so easy for these designs to look kooky. But I feel like it really nails it in almost every case. Plus, with all the space imagery and really playing into this idea of science and magic being one and the same for the Asgardians.
Oh, yeah.
Like the Bifrost is gorgeous. It's such a cool idea of how to transport people. The way they portray the Nine Worlds as being connected, through like the nebula and whatever, and like just this very cool way of combining everything together, which is to say nothing of the interesting dynamics between all. Like, I love the relationship between Thor and Jane. I think the relationship between Odin and both his two sons is fascinating in how he treats them. He almost treats Loki better than Thor, partially in a lot of the scenes, and it's almost like he knows that Loki's not his. Like, it's almost like he actually feels anxiety for.
He's overcompensating.
He's overcompensating, but then But it's true. It's clear that he actually genuinely does love Loki. Seeing the way Loki kind of changes as a character, in which we see that he's. At first, we see him. We think we know why he's going to betray everyone, but then it turns out he already betrayed everyone. But then he's actually going to betray the people he was betraying. Perfect encapsulation of what a god of chaos and mischief should be. And also, one last thing. I just have to mention this. The Destroyer. Excellent design. Yes! Really cool.
So cool. I love them, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like this Western showdown.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I really like the town that they're in on Earth. Like,
it's got this. That's part of what I mentioned about like the alien bit, is that it feels like an alien movie because it takes place in a small southwestern town with maybe 500 people living in it. It's just it just so happens that the alien didn't land in a spaceship. He was shot down on a rainbow bridge, and landed with a giant fucking hammer that no one can pick up, not even him.
Not even him.
Yeah.
All right. On the 16th.
Vote.
Let's see if we may vote on which superhero is better, Thor or Iron Man.
That's not what we're voting for.
Well, no, that's not.
This isn't the Marvel superhero lease. Yeah, who's your favorite superhero, Thor or Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2? Anyway, considering you are on this round, Thor, why don't you start with us here?
I'm voting for Thor.
Of course you fucking would.
Unlikely thing for you to do.
Yeah.
I think Thor is so underrated as a movie. I just wish the second half was as good as the first half. I think it was so close. I just think it's the down to earth stuff that feel like any other movie, and I feel like you see the hand of Feige guiding it, and you see that Kenneth Branagh isn't as happy with it as the first part. But I still think Thor is really underrated. I think I owe it another watch one of these days. And also, it ends with one of my favorite songs ever, "Walk" by the Foo Fighters. So
let's go. Wait, it does end with a walk? That's crazy.
It does. Yeah, it also plays during the movie with a scene where Thor and Selvig are at the bar shooting the shit.
Crazy.
So, yeah. I am ultimately giving it to Iron Man, but I think Thor is really good.
Okay, Deadpool?
Come back to me.
Oh shit! Yeah, I wish you finished this. I wish you finished this sentence earlier.
Now I got to clean all this up.
Get the shovel.
And now I don't even want to know what Spider-Man's doing now.
All right, whatever.
Anyway, Spider-Man. Gross jokes aside, Spider-Man.
All right, so I'm gonna vote for Iron Man because I feel like
Vinny's lost respect for me.
No. Don't like what you like. I'm not gonna fucking whatever the word is. I'm not. We'll
have the opposite interaction in a few rounds. Yeah. Don't worry.
I'm not gonna look down on y'all for having an opinion for a film you genuinely like.
I will.
It's just okay. Fair enough. It's just for me. I don't really. The thing is, with Thor, he's one of the heroes I didn't really care for at the time. I figured he's getting a movie. He's pretty cool, I guess. Or that's pretty cool. Why not? I'll give it a shot. And to me, it just wasn't clicking. And whereas with Iron Man, I feel like even if that's the film that kicked everything off, I still think it's worth it to go back. Or not. Let me rephrase. I can go back to it and have a good time. Whereas with Thor, I'm just kind of bored throughout. Like,
Okay.
I feel they write Thor a little too stoic and seriously. Like he's not as
I don't agree.
he's not as like jovial as he is in say like Ragnarok or in the comics.
Vinny. Vinny, you don't know what you just stepped on. You don't know what you've done,
We
Vinny.
just gotta wait a couple more rounds. We just gotta wait a couple more
Y'all
rounds.
may hate me for that. Y'all may
Vinny
hate me.
is
for that, but I
grunting. You
do
made him
think-
grunt.
Like I said, I
Mick
do
doesn't
think-
grunt.
See,
He
this-
doesn't
We're
grunt.
at the point where Mick will lose respect for me without a doubt.
No, don't worry. I won't lose respect for you.
I'll just
Mick
fuck you
and Vinny
down
are
and kill
sworn
you piece by
enemies.
piece.
Yeah, Mick has never had any respect for any of us.
That's fair.
Except me.
I think, like I said, I think Thor's
Keep
just
telling yourself
a
that.
little too. I think
Yeah.
Thor's done just a little too seriously, and I feel like I'm not the only one that felt that way because they had to change him up in Age of Ultron and Ragnarok.
Stop voting. Stop talking about other Thor movies. Mick is grunting.
I know, but
Can't
that
you
is why
listen to
that
the
is why I
man?
vote for Iron Man. That is why I vote for Iron
Any more, and he might snarl.
Man. I'm just digging my own grave at this point.
That was me trying to stifle arguing because I know I need to save this energy for a later round.
I know.
Oh yes,
I
that's gonna
know.
be fun.
In fact, I get to save it for next round.
Stop.
And,
Wait, is it already next
Man,
round?
the foreshadowing in this is so thick. I feel like I'm gonna drown. Star-Lord.
Actually, I think I'm going to have to change to quote an animated series intro song. I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
But you said you were Star-Lord.
Yeah, I'm an Iron Man now.
All right, I'll change it.
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah.
Who did I skip? Did I skip? I skipped Deadpool, right?
yeah.
Taylor, yeah.
With me on this journey to give Thor a 2 to 3.
He's playing the long game. He's playing the long game.
Too late. You should have said it sooner I came again.
I like the idea that I can make
the
you guys
flamethrower.
by just saying the word.
This is some sick power. This
Power-
is some
power
sick
word
villain
come.
power.
World's worst superpowers for 500, Alex.
Stairs.
God, you can
being-
you know what? I'm not even gonna.
It's the Rolling Stones. You make a dead man.
That is a JoJo stand.
It's me, the dumpster.
It
All right,
was me,
everyone.
Barry.
It was me, Bear.
I made you come. This round's a doozy. This round's a real doozy. We got.
I can't fight this feeling.
By the way, I just
Deep
like to
inside
take
of
this
That's a couple
opportunity-
rounds from that.
I just like to take this opportunity to call out my future employer who is listening to this when I cite the yearlies as a reference for what I was doing over the course of the last several years.
Dude,
Yeah,
if
you
cite the
seem to have a
yearlies-
gap. You have a gap in your resume. Do you want to tell us about that one? Prepares to write notes.
Yeah.
Dude,
Well,
if
I
you
was a
cite
super-
the
That
yearlies-
was filled with
I was a superhero. They called me the Cumpster.
Crushes paper, throws it in the trash can.
When can you start?
Taylor, what is this?
What
you
is
don't
this?
start in 5 seconds, we're gonna have a problem. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, which was put up by Spider-Man, Hulk, and Deadpool, going up
Ugh.
against this underrated film. I'm actually a little surprised it got on here but I'll let it roll. Avengers Endgame, put up by Hulk and Deadpool.
My life would have been so much easier if it was Volume 1.
Well, have fun with the difficult choices, y'all. Deliberate
you.
who's gonna start.
I don't know.
want-
Let's quit.
want-
Let's
I
stop
just
doing
I
the
just went
yearlies.
first
Let's
last.
delete the channel.
Okay, this has been our show. Thank
Got
you all
my
for
finger on the
watching.
button.
All right, look. I mean, all right. I want.
You okay
I think
there?
It's gonna be
I
okay.
think Taylor's having a
I've
stroke.
used my powers on myself.
It's the collateral damage.
With
I thought
great
you
power
didn't
comes
like
great
Marvel.
responsibility.
Not at that hero yet.
Here, okay. This is the problem, right? These are probably in my opinion, these are like the two best movies, and
Yeah.
I don't know because like, are this okay? All right, just tell me.
Stop.
All right,
coming.
Christian, tell me which one to pick. Tell me a movie to start talking about, and I'll do it.
Do Avengers Endgame.
All right, fine. Avengers Endgame fucking sucks. All right, that's
Yeah,
not
it is
true.
a tough round. I guess you hate
I
both
can't
of
say
them.
that because then Mick will actually start complaining about it. I fucking love Avengers Endgame. All right, here's the deal.
Yeah, it's
My
great.
entire identity as a human being is payoff. Nothing else matters to me. That's so not true.
That's why he's always coming.
Is there no end to this running gag?
So good. All right. Every single one of the 3 acts of Avengers Endgame fills a very different but equally important purpose. Act 1 does a great job of showing us the effect of Thanos' snap and living in that world for an hour. Then, in Act 2, or no, not that. I'm not at Act 2 yet. We go 5 years into the future, we recognize that we can't just restore a world to what it once was. If we're going to get the people back, it's going to be in from the ruins of the dreary 5 years that Thanos left behind. Act 2, we get a really good use of time travel. Time travel is not an ex machina used to retcon. It's a portal to distant lands that couldn't otherwise be explored. And as a result, we get to pay fan service to the entire franchise by taking us through a tour of its biggest moments and dressing them up with hindsight and new fights. Cap versus Cap, reunion with the Grandmaster, Thor coming to peace with the Spear of Thanos, set up to Loki, Cap going Hail Hydra. It's battle, and then it leads into what is probably the greatest final act in any movie, the final battle with Thanos. The scale and presentation of this fight is nothing short of a fucking miracle. Cap wielding the hammer, Strange summoning every Avenger and army across the MCU, Cap getting to say Avengers Assemble, Peter and Tony reuniting, all in this wonderfully lit evening sky. I am awestruck with how fucking incredible this fight is. All leading up to Tony getting to be the guy to finish this all off when Thanos goes, I am inevitable. And
to make the sacrifice play.
Am Iron Man. And
then Taylor, actually, I'm Iron Man now. I don't know if you got the memo.
Yeah, Tony, Robert Downey Jr. isn't Iron Man anymore in this universe.
It's Graham.
It's now Graham last name.
Iron Graham.
When you watch Thanos, when at the beginning of this fight, you have Thanos who's like, go fetch me the stones. I shall sit here and wait. And then at the end of the fight, when Tony snaps and Thanos looks around at his army disappearing and Thanos does nothing, he just sits down and waits to be reduced to ash. And it is just one of the coolest ways to defeat the bad guy. Tony dying is sad. It simultaneously completes the full circle of starting and ending the saga with Iron Man. It was such a better choice for him to die. Black Widow dies too. Sure, okay, whatever. We all knew a sacrifice was going to be made. It's just not as good, honestly.
Yeah, they really.
I actually found it funny how she and Hawkeye were fighting for the honor. It's like, no, you kill yourself. No, you kill yourself. I'm gonna do it. You're being silly. Taylor's superhero power is coming. They didn't really say that last part.
They looked directly at the screen and pointed at you, Spy Kids 3D style.
Yeah. The problem is, if either of them have died, I would have been upset because it's like neither of them is a good pick. Because you can't have Clint abandon his family.
But it's also the fact that why didn't Nebula warn them hey guys, you really shouldn't go for the Soul Stone because one of you won't make it back. Just
because
saying.
Nebula's kind of an idiot.
Does that justify them?
Sure, why not?
I'll also say Captain Marvel's inclusion in this movie is really unnecessary.
It is. Here's the thing: they were trying to build her up, and
I was expecting so much more.
Free time, I think, but I guess they cut it down to only 10 minutes.
I based on everything, I was expecting Endgame to be like Captain Marvel 2, and then it wasn't. She was barely in it. She barely contributed anything. It was honestly kind of fucking funny, especially because I watched the movies in chronological order. I had 20 movies worth of build up to this.
It wasn't worth it.
Hey, Peter Parker, can you carry this for me? That's about it. But obviously, we can't end this pitch without talking about how this is the greatest Bruce Banner I've ever fucking seen.
I love him in this.
I just shut up. This is a bad gag. I'm stuck. I'm stuck in a gag that I didn't think was going to clear. Now stop doing it.
Let me switch.
Taylor's Truly.
I have something to pitch for Avengers Endgame. Halo Combat Evolved is a 2001 first-person shooter video game developed by Bungie and Microsoft Studios for the Xbox, which was released on November 15, 2001. The game was ported to Microsoft Windows and Mac OS X in 2003.
I mean, when we played Halo, Graham, when we did our collab playthrough of Halo, I thought that it was an entertaining experience, though I figured the later games would be a little better.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a reference to something that none of you know. This is for the benefit of us and not you. Hope you enjoy the ride.
I was like, what is he doing? This is the stupid.
Does this mean
don't get
Endgame
it.
beats Road Rage?
No, it's. We're talking
my
about Endgame, so naturally, Jordan, we must talk about.
Dude, Graham, I was almost done. I was just gonna fucking go time travel. What? I see this as an absolute win. Fucking whatever. Avengers Endgame is so fucking amazing. It's the payoff of all payoffs, and they fucking succeeded. Like, this is a movie that succeeded, guys. And, like, that means that, like, it just, the amount of feeling I got when I saw this fucking amazing movie is just so incredible. Like, also, I love Tony and Nebula's friendship in the beginning. That was so great.
There's so many great parts of this movie.
And yes, I won't take away what Mick doesn't like about this. I'm not going to speak for him, but
it's not perfect.
It's it's kind of close, man. I don't know.
Oh no, because here's the thing. So I think our foreshadowing may have led some of our listeners to come to the conclusion that I don't like this movie. That's not true. I view this movie as like a gymnast who did like with a perfect flip, and then they landed and they did the little wobble, and so they got points taken off for that. The fact that they got so close to a perfect landing is impressive alone.
So then what is your problem?
Okay, yeah. So one minor point: I don't like half Bruce Banner, half Hulk. I'm just not a huge fan of it.
I do think that there was a part of a character arc to finish there where, like, he could have given in to all of the Hulk to help with the fight.
Yeah, but they wanted to save on CGI. Either way.
But my main issue is the fact that I hate that Thor basically winds up a worse person at the end of this movie than he starts in a better place than he ends. And since everyone else gets such a happy, perfect ending, it really grinds my gears that my favorite Avenger, he starts the movie fat, single, and an idiot, and he ends the movie fat, single, an idiot, and unemployed. So,
woof.
Great character arc, guys.
That's one way of looking at it. I suppose.
With new friends
for a bit, anyway.
Oh God, you really? I'm coming again.
Otherwise, it's a great movie. The time travel arc was handled pretty well. I love getting to see some of these characters again. The interaction between Hulk and the Ancient One was great, because it does answer the question, what the hell was the Sorcerer Supreme doing during the invasion of New York?
Yeah, and the answer is her best.
Yeah, her best.
Her best.
Having Tony Stark having the scene with Howard Stark.
I like
that. That was also
nice
great. You're right, man.
Yeah. This is a great
movie. It's a fucking phenomenal movie. And
we're out of time, so we should probably talk about the other one.
Yeah. Oh God, and that one's also fantastic.
It is.
Can I say something? Like, I know I've been talking a lot, but it does bear saying that I am the guy who hates space more than anyone here, and yet the Guardians are like consistently one of my favorite parts of this universe.
Honestly, I would say that the Volume 2 is my personal favorite out of the 3.
Yeah. Mine too.
I think it's mine too.
Because I've recently seen Guardians 3, and that film got me all mushy-eyed, but I still think like this is like...
It's very good, but it doesn't top the first one.
This is my favorite too, I think.
This is my favorite.
Yeah, same.
I will say too that the Guardians movies are like one of the few consistently good trilogies in the MCU. Like,
I agree.
Not that there are that many to go off of.
Well, I mean,
that and the Spider-Man one.
I mean, yeah. Well, Spider-Man and I'd say Cap are like...
Well, because like having all of the Guardians is like always having the Avengers around, because they all carry the chemistry of one group of people in the universe of any one movie. So, like immediately there's so much chemistry, and there's always every Guardians movie has one Guardian that like does a particularly amazing job standing out. For me, in the first one, it's Rocket, and the third one, it's actually Nebula. In the second one, we all know it's Drax.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely.
Yes.
It's all.
He's so funny in that.
Okay.
Oh, he's very funny. Sorry, I thought you meant like a character that like it's really like, man, I love this character's arc in it, because Drax has no character arc.
No, that's Yondu. Obviously, that's Yondu.
I would slightly disagree with that, because he does have one of my favorite moments in Volume 2, where it's him and Mantis. They're just staring at like the sun setting, and
I love that moment.
And Mantis, she just puts her hand on Drax, and he doesn't say it, but you just see Mantis crying, and it tells you all you need to know about what Drax is actually feeling in that moment. That he's still thinking about his family, how much he misses them, and to me, like, that's perfect. That is.
I just think he suffers a lot from Flanderization in two, where he has like a purpose. In the first one, he wants to kill Drax the Destroyer, and then it's like, oh no, I have to go kill Thanos. But then like, oh, we can't have Thanos in the movies, so Drax is just he's the wacky guy who says this. Takes everything literally.
But see, Graham, I think that comes... Well, first of all, they established that that's part of, like, what his culture and race of people were like. They're not able to process...
I think Graham's point is that he had something else to had...
But what I'm saying is that the reason that Drax is like this comes from a level of comfort with being by the Guardian's side, that he feels like he can open up more and be more readily this person that he very well could be in an everyday life, but, like... because of his relationship with the Guardians, he's more like this. Like, you would never have met a Drax who goes, practical joke! And you would never have had a Drax who fucking goes, I have considerably large turds.
Or one that goes, die, evil spaceship, as he's, like, literally hanging out of the fucking ship.
What are these called? Amulex batteries. Harpulary batteries. That's nothing like what I just said.
Yeah. This is my favorite use of Groot because he's a baby and he's adorable.
He's really fun.
When they fucking has to go get the he has to go break him out of the cell, and he fucking goes and he gets the guy's finger.
Where'd you get?
How he didn't wake anybody up is still a mystery to me with that.
We have a better fleshed out Nebula, who, to be honest, I think they needed one more scene to really sell Nebula ultimately not killing Gamora and using it as an opportunity to bond. But it does start setting us up for, like, Nebula being kind of awesome, which I really enjoy later down the road. And I don't know, someone else can talk about Ego, right?
With one exception that I'm going to get to very soon, this is the best summation of the Jack Kirby-esque energy in the films. I think James Gunn was perfect at employing that. Yeah. And I think him having the cojones to do Ego the Living Planet and make it work and make it a really emotionally investing arc in this movie. I think the moment where Star-Lord, as he's about to get everything he's always wanted, realizes what his father's done and what he has to do now, I think is one of the most, like, incredible moments, and it really hits the mark. I think the third one is very James Gunn at his most James Gunn, but this one especially, like the scene where Yondu and Rocket are going a million miles an hour.
He moves on to the
very fun. I also think this soundtrack's better than the first soundtrack.
Mr. Blue Sky, please tell us.
Personally, I believe.
I love that.
I bought the Austin Mixtape Volume 2 on Apple Music under this film.
Yeah. I have them both on CD.
Personally, like, I think one of the best scenes in the entire MCU is the come a little bit closer, you're my kind of man.
Oh, I
scene.
agree. I love that.
It's
scene.
quite possibly
that is art.
Yeah.
I'm Taserface.
Yeah.
He's fun too.
And this film also has a great tribute to the original Guardians of the Galaxy team, making it to the Ravagers of. Because for those of you who aren't aware, the Guardians of the Galaxy we follow in these films is the rebooted 2005 Guardians of the Galaxy. There was an earlier team of which Yondu was a member. Except I say earlier team, it was an earlier team in publishing, but like they actually took place in the 31st century, and so this Yondu is actually would in theory be like an ancestor of the later Yondu. I'm getting off topic.
But to your credit, Mick, like bringing Yondu up is like very important, because to me, Yondu's character arc kind of sold me on falling in love with this movie. From just, in the first movie, he's just the guy who could never let Quill go, and now we have this guy who laments his past, goes to town on his crew's mutiny in the present, and dies so that Peter can have a future. And the moment when he holds the boy he sees as his kid, well, he freezes up and dies. I just, every time I look at it, I just go to my head, fucking Yondu, man.
Yeah,
Like-
my favorite
Yeah.
moment of Yondu's character.
Mary Poppins.
My favorite moment of Yondu's character arc was actually, if anything, in Rocket's character arc. When Rocket sees that the rest of the Ravagers come to celebrate Yondu's funeral, and Rocket goes, you know, they came. I didn't, and then he actually makes like a Freudian slip and says, "I didn't push them all away."
There's a lot of moments like that in that movie.
And
God.
that's something I like, that I think that the Guardians of the Galaxy movies do better than any of their imitators in the MCU, which is that even that we can have a lot of jokes, but we can also have serious emotional moments.
Exactly.
Yeah.
James Gunn's really good at this.
And it's, to me, it's like what Drax says when Nebula is saying, like, you're all dysfunctional idiots. Like, it's amazing that you're all still alive after so long. And Drax basically says, like, we're not just a ragtag bunch of like hooligans. We're a family. And to me, I think that's just like the whole point of all three films, is that they are a family.
Now, if it is all good, may I direct us to the vote?
Yeah.
I know. Both of these are huge.
Trauma
Guardians 2
versus
was going to
trauma.
be my wild card. I understand for sure. But hey, any final votes? It's any final thoughts? It will be during the votes. The voting order has changed, by the way. Let's start with Iron Man.
Oh, I thought you were gonna do what I had done to you. I wasn't expecting that.
You're Iron Man now, motherfucker. You did.
No,
You asked for it.
I thought you were gonna make me last in every vote.
Oh,
Yeah.
you know, that's fair. That would have been really funny.
Too late.
But
I'm gonna give it to Avengers Endgame.
Spider-Man.
I hate this. You know what? I'm gonna do a first, and I'm gonna skip my turn. Come back to me.
All right. Deadpool.
Fuck you. It's Avengers Endgame. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. It's Avengers Endgame. Fuck you.
Hulk.
Of the two, and this is a really tough one, but I'm giving it to Guardians Volume 2 because I think that's one of my favorite things this franchise has popped out, and I just really like it.
And then Thor.
I'm giving it to Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. I love the Guardians movies.
Thank
There
you.
were some of the exceptions to my not seeing the MCU movies in theaters. And I got to watch this one with my dad, which
Yeah.
was nice. It added to the experience, I believe.
Fair.
Yeah. I don't like it as much as Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1, and I don't really know why that is.
And that's fair.
But
It's
yeah.
absolutely fair.
My dad obsessed over the Guardians movies too. He never stops quoting those. It's a dad movie. I don't know what to say.
My dad hates it.
What the heck?
All the Guardians movies,
That's
he doesn't like them.
illegal.
My dad probably hates it too, but he hasn't seen it.
What the heck?
Joe
Spider-Man.
Pesci doesn't like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
My dad doesn't like superhero movies.
Joe Pesci doesn't like superhero movies?
What if Joe Pesci?
That actually fits for Joe Pesci.
But Spider-Man.
I don't like those Guardians.
What are you thinking, Spidey?
All right, so I love Endgame. I think it's the perfect conclusion to this era of the MCU. However, Endgame, I would be lying if I said Endgame didn't have some glaring problems. We never really get the conclusion between Hulk and Thanos.
Endgame is gonna die, loses round one. Endgame is gonna die, loses round one. Endgame is gonna die, loses round one.
I'm sorry, but with Guardians of the Galaxy 2, I don't really see that many glaring problems with it, and I think it handles its characters a lot better. But then again, it didn't have the pressure of, ending an entire saga. But I will give my vote to Guardians.
Oh, you guys are gonna kill Endgame, loses round one. It's really gonna happen.
Sorry.
No, not necessarily.
Well, it depends. It depends on what wins and what loses in this next round.
All right. Well, everyone,
We got two of Mick's favorite superheroes here.
Everyone, use your admin powers to kick Mick from the call.
No, let's.
You will not rig a yearlies before I do.
I want to
Nothing burned to the
watch.
ground.
I want to watch the ant farm go. So we're all gonna do this round.
Wait, Chris, we're not at that part yet.
True.
Jordan,
This-
I'm writing a sequel to the book Mick and Taylor Are Friends. It's Jordan and Mick kind of like each other.
Yeah.
Well, let's see why. This is Doctor Strange, put up by Iron Man and Thor, going up against Ragnarok, which was not put up by Thor, but instead put up by
That's
Hulk.
enough. That's enough, Christian.
Who is also in that movie, by the way.
He is, yeah.
Who would like to start? You know what? Y'all figure it out.
I could, but I mean, do you want to have the pain second or first?
You know what? I'll use my host privileges. Jordan, you go first, actually. Yeah.
Okay. So, this movie.
Let's talk about the better movie.
Go on, Jordan.
I am going to explain this.
I won't interrupt you.
Even with
I'll save my thoughts for the end.
No. I'm gonna be as fair as I can, knowing that there's parts of this, the parts I like actually that you dislike. This movie appeals to so many of my sensibilities as someone who enjoys blockbusters, someone who enjoys Marvel comic book movies. This is, to me, the summation of a lot of what the Thor series became in the 70s and 80s, when it stopped being about the noble and when it embraced sort of doing goofy things and wild things. You know, like I'm still surprised they didn't have room for Beta Ray Bill in a movie like this, and I think he would have fit.
Yeah,
his statue appears.
Yeah,
He's
he's in
in
it.
the fourth
This
one,
movie can be seen as disrespectful to the Thor films because it doesn't spend that much time in Asgard. It destroys Asgard, and it doesn't really have much respect for the Furious. His I almost said the Furious Five, but it's basically the same thing.
Yeah.
His sort of famous friends and Odin and a lot of those things. That is a valid criticism of this movie. The other valid criticism is people who don't like Taika Waititi. I really like him. I think that his mix of both amazing visuals and color, as well as levity and really good comedy writing, I think was a great match for these characters in this movie. I think that putting Hulk in here and doing a version of the sort of Planet Hulk thing where he's sort of been on this rock for a while and trying to figure out where he ends and the Hulk begins with this whole complicated Valkyrie thing. I think that's a great story for him. I think Mark Ruffalo playing the Hulk, it's himself for the first time, is great. I like this as a new sort of arc, a new sort of self-fulfillment arc for Thor. The moment late where he's reminded by Hela what exactly he is the god of in the first place, and he becomes this sort of ultra epic rock music fueled sort of thunder deity again, and it's incredibly cool and well filmed. I also think Loki is a lot of fun in this one, and I like that his and Thor's relationship is both explored in well written and improvisational bits. This is just a really enjoyable and thrilling to me blockbuster film. I think there's definite criticisms of it that are valid. I think that there's only so much that Cate Blanchett can do. I think that Doctor Strange is. I don't really know why he's here. And I think
it's because Thor showed up at the end of Doctor Strange, so that's why.
Yeah, and I think that that you can make about CGI and the way it looks and yada yada, but I really like this one. It's probably my favorite thing in the MCU, and I'm just mostly glad it exists.
Could I?
Now,
I'm sorry, Jordan.
No. I was going to throw it to someone who either had.
We
good
know
things or bad
each
things to
other.
say about it.
We're friends from work.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry,
Yes.
Jordan. I know that like part of your pitch is to like just kind of deflect on the idea that like I know there are problems that people have, but I want to talk about some of its best qualities some more because I think there's just so many more great things to say.
Do it.
So first of all, I think Hela is such a great villain from the perspective of, yes, she's stereotypical, but she is power. She is power incarnate.
She is hot.
Okay.
Thanks, Graham. Thanks, Graham.
I turned my powers off. You do you. The first thing that Hela does is with a single hand, she shatters Thor's hammer. and then disposes of everyone in her way with a single toss of a dagger. Then she slaughters an entire Asgardian army without breaking a sweat, all the way to the end of the movie where Thor gains the actual powers of God that can only push Hela away. It takes an apocalypse and the destruction of their entire planet to end her for good. She's insanely strong, all the while being super charming. Her style is great, and she's got some really funny lines. I just finished explaining who I am. And that's
she's almost as overpowered as she is in Marvel Rivals.
Oh dear.
And that's the thing. This movie is just an epitome of amazing jokes. Like, this is one of the funniest movies on here. When fucking Strange puts Loki in a portal and then, like, forgets about Loki, brings him back. I've been falling for 30.
That is a good line. That is a good line.
Then you have Thor colliding with the ball. He bounced off the wall. When Banner tries to transform into the Hulk. And he jumps.
He falls on the bridge. Yeah.
Hey, listen, give it to the Hulk. He wants Banner to die, but he don't want to die. So, not gonna let Banner die.
And like, this is a movie that really captured what I love about Loki, where it's like we have a Loki that goes from conqueror of Manhattan to a pathetic little bitch boy who gets pushed around by everyone, and it's so funny to see him brought so low, where he's like, no, I'm scheming, but like all the while Thor's like, let's play Get Help. No, I don't want to play Get Help. No, let's play Get Help. I don't want to play Get Help. Get Help.
No,
Like,
my favorite part, and like this is long-term storytelling at its finest, is when Thor and the Hulk are fighting in the Coliseum, and Hulk literally does the same thing to Thor that he did to Loki, and Loki just stands up as if like some sort of guitarist. He's just like,
I love
how do you like it? How do you like it?
Yeah.
I fucking love that moment so much.
Like, there's
man.
like this movie can be so fun, dude, and like that's what I love about this movie. I mean, yeah, there are a couple of things that I'm not crazy about, like how Odin just introduces Hela as like we just find him sitting down. He's like, "Hey, my sons, I'm dying and your sister is coming. Anyways, Ragnarok, forget about that Hela time, and then I'm gonna die."
I thought we're coming.
There we go again.
Not until Endgame. Thor is a great catalyst for physical comedy. Chris Hemsworth doing his thing. They brought Carl Urban into this for some reason, which was interesting.
Yeah.
I thought he was fun here.
Yeah. I guess maybe my biggest problem with the movie is Act 2 drags on a bit. We got a lot of time on Jeff Goldblum planet, where we could have spent more time on Asgard. But like, dude, the comedy, character work, and intensity of Hela just make this one of the best MCU movies in my mind.
Could I say a few words?
Is it about how much you love Ragnarok and like have realized through Jordan and I's excellent
It's about how
pitching
great
of this
Doctor Strange is.
I'd love to do both, honestly.
Yeah. Actually, Mick, what would you rather do? Talk about how you love Doctor Strange, or talk about how you hate Ragnarok? There's time for one.
Christian, what do you think would make better content?
Oh,
You know what? Go into Doctor Strange.
I'll talk about Doctor Strange here. I'll save my thoughts on Ragnarok for the voting.
Okay.
I feel like we need some positivity in this conversation.
This come.
Yeah. So, So I mentioned that Thor might be my favorite. MCU movie. Doctor Strange also might be my favorite MCU movie. It's kind of a tie between the two. If there's one thing I can say for certain, it's that this is one of the most imaginative films that I've ever seen. No other film looks like Doctor Strange. Its depiction of magic and how they make it look different and feel different from Thor is impressive. Like, every mirror dimension scene is jaw-dropping in its insanity. But even more than that, the specific themes and character arc of Doctor Strange is something that, I mean, I don't think I'd ever have expected to see in a Hollywood blockbuster, which is you need to go out and seek spiritual growth, which is going to be difficult. It involves denying your desires and dying to yourself. And by the way, materialism is false. Like, it's not something like that's insane. That's in a big Hollywood blockbuster to me. The depiction of, you know, how how much effort Strange goes through in order to. At first, he's still, as he's basically broken down from his more from his arrogant self, as he just, he has to be basically, in order to become a better person, he has to be basically broken down and rebuilt from the ground up. And his time at Carmitage really does a great job of basically obliterating what vestiges of the arrogant Doctor Strange was still left, and rebuilding him into becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, which is tied off by the fact that he doesn't wind up having to do it, but he basically entertains the idea of permanently sacrificing himself, to die over and over and over again in excruciating pain in order to save the world.
Pain.
And that final sequence, I will say, is one of the dopest ways to outwit a villain I've ever seen. Dormammu, I've come to bargain, is like the only scene that I constantly would go back to watch on YouTube because I just thought it was so cool. Like, Graham and I would talk about that scene, and Graham would go, "Pain's a good friend."
That's so cool.
Bargain. I've come to Dormammu.
My favorite part of Doctor Strange is it finally addresses, like...
Bargain, I've come to Dormammu.
Hey, I just killed someone.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the other films is just kind of, but oh yeah, here's Tony Stark just murdering a whole group of people. All right, okay.
Yeah.
To be fair, he was locked in a room by them. They tore out his heart. And he was fighting for his life. He didn't have time to dwell on it.
Still, but I feel.
Also, he sells weapons for a living.
Exactly.
It's different to a doctor killing people.
Yeah. That's something that up to this point, like the MCU, I hadn't really seen, which is really interesting. How all of the Avengers, except for if you can even call them an Avenger, except for Spider-Man, have killed someone.
Yeah. And the only one out of the Avengers who seems broken up about it is Banner.
Yeah.
But then Banner technically hasn't killed anyone.
Yeah, I just loved all the magic bits in this movie. I liked a lot of Benedict Cumberbatch is doing his best Dr. House impression.
Yeah. And he does serviceably. The fact that he's supposed to be turned into a sorcerer makes me accept the small little Britishisms that occasionally leak through.
Britishisms.
Do you have a better
term?
Good
enough. Otherwise, the accent is just
No, I actually think that's the best term.
Yeah, the accent's serviceable. It does what it needs to do.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say something about Doctor Strange really quickly?
Sure.
No.
Okay, that's fair. I am the host after all.
Absolutely not.
You can.
So something interesting about Doctor Strange that Mick you brought up in the past is who directed this? Was it
Scott Derrickson?
Scott Derrickson. He made, before Doctor Strange, he was responsible for making horror movies.
Yeah, he's done exclusively horror movies apart from Doctor Strange.
He directed Sinister, which is one of the scariest horror movies I've ever seen. He also did the Black Phone
as well.
Yeah, which is a little more recent.
The horror movie director to superhero movie pipeline.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah.
David F. Sandberg.
When are we gonna get? When are we gonna get Robert Eggers doing his own MCU movie?
He should make the Moon Knight movie.
He should. I haven't seen the Moon Knight TV series. It might already be perfect, and I might not want a Moon Knight movie. We'll see.
It's pretty good.
We'll see when I watch it.
Justin Wan in Aquaman with Aquaman.
This has been relatively wholesome so far.
Yeah,
I'm sure nothing can get in the way of that.
That's the thing. Mick hasn't ranted yet, so I'm not going to rant either, out of respect for equality. No. But I want to rant too.
Well, should we just go to the vote and open up the doors for some ranting?
Sure.
All right.
What? Or we could just skip this. We could just move on. Jordan,
okay,
round the voting is hope.
Nah, I'm the host, thus I decide when we vote. We're only gonna vote this round, and there's no more voting.
Excited. Christian's been so excited for this this conflict.
You guys ever notice that when Christian's host, he loves to talk about how much he's the host?
I know, it's great. I spent the first half of this playing Balatro, and that's God, I love being the host.
Stop revealing that you're doing other things during the yearlies.
Being the host is great. It's like listening to a podcast.
Yeah.
But who do I start with again? Oh, yes. Iron Man. You are Iron Man. Now you are a vote.
Yeah, I really like Thor Ragnarok, but I think I do agree that it has some like the best comedy in the series, but I don't think it does the emotional beats as well as it should have, and it's not even like the ones that are like undercut by comedy, but
It's just not trying.
I think like Odin's death scene felt like a little lackluster. Even like a lot of like Odin's speeches, like the Thor from like, the afterlife, I felt like it didn't like resonate with me. Whereas Doctor Strange is like a very like I think it just like a more well balanced film. So I'm voting for Doctor Strange.
That's pretty strange. Spider-Man.
I'm gonna go with Thor Ragnarok because while I don't think Doctor Strange is like, I don't think it's a bad Marvel film, just that to me at least, I don't find it as memorable personally. I think Thor Ragnarok, between the two, I think it's a lot more enjoyable to go back to. It's for me, Doctor Strange is just kind of there. It doesn't really feel like it advances anything beyond this is where the time stone is.
Vinny, I think a whale's coming to kill you.
Sorry.
That's Dormammu.
I know. Oh, I'm not very good at bargaining, so let this be the hill I die on. But
Dormammu, I've come to complain about Doctor Strange. Dormammu, I've come to complain about Doctor Strange. Stop. What is this? Set me free. No. I've come to complain about Doctor Strange.
Yeah, those are my two thoughts. My 2 cents. Thor Ragnarok.
Deadpool.
Dormammu, I've come to complain about Doctor Strange. So you guys talked about how Age of Ultron is this movie that tries to do like a billion things and the pacing falls all over the place. This is that movie for me. This movie it's just,
Enough about his nuts. We've already had a bit about his nuts.
This movie loves to speak in philosophy and metaphors without just labeling things they are. How the magic works is muddy. Who Dormammu is muddy. It's confusing. Lore like the Dark Dimension. How the 3 landmarks guard Dormammu's power. It's all really confusing to me. And for me, as a result, maybe I'm dumb. And I am dumb. I've canonically said that I'm dumb. It's fine. As a result, it becomes really hard for me to stay engaged with this movie at times. And I think that the magic is really neat, but it doesn't have any commitment to one idea. Let's astral project. Let's use the mirror dimension. Let's use portal looping. Let's use mosaic gravity. Let's use time abilities. The movie tries out all these things, but it never commits to any one of them. So it just feels like if they just let Strange and the Ancient One invest in like 1 or 2 of these, like the mirror dimension is really cool. If we just stick with the mirror dimension, that could be nice. The portals are also really cool because I know we can do awesome portal battles, but I don't really feel like we got all the great portal battles here. So it's just like, I don't know. It's like, also the pacing is so weird. Most of the movie is Steven training his power until his house in New York is attacked. And what seems to be the span of, all of it seems to take place over the span of a single day. And it feels weird character arc wise. Look, I don't dislike this movie. I think that I still stand by the fact that the Dormammu scene is one of the greatest things that all of Marvel has done. But
I will say, like, my biggest problem in this movie is that they wasted Mads Mikkelsen in this movie a lot.
Yeah, they did. He should have been Dr. Doom.
Yeah.
It just...
they could have gotten anyone to play Caecilius and Mads Mikkelsen.
Yeah. I mean, Mads Mikkelsen keeps joining franchises and then immediately getting killed. Which is very funny.
He's like Michael Biehn.
These Doctor Strange movies are kind of not my favorite parts of these. I'm voting for Thor Ragnarok, and now Jordan and I are going to hold.
But Thor Ragnarok is a Doctor Strange movie, therefore you cannot vote for it. Riddle me this, Taylor, my boy.
I have the power to kick Mick from the call.
I have the power to kick you from the call, okay?
You have the power
Let's
to
not start the arms race.
Yeah, it's a mutually assured destruction.
When everyone's
who's gonna push the button first?
No one will be. Should I just let Jordan and Mick go at the same time? I think that would be pretty funny.
No, now here's what's going to happen.
Jordan and I are going to
I'm going to vote.
All right.
No, I'm going to vote for Thor Ragnarok, and it's 3-1. We really don't need to see Mick's vote. We know what Mick's voting for. We can just go on to the next
Well,
round.
Thor, what do you have to say about that?
Taylor had his piece. Can I have mine?
Of course you can.
Yes.
All right.
I use the time stone to rewrite my rant.
Thor Ragnarok is the movie I dislike the most in the entire Infinity Saga. It's not the worst. I don't think it's the worst. It's just the one that I personally dislike the most. I found its attempts at humor. First off, let me say, I don't hate Taika Waititi. I've got nothing against Taika Waititi. Every other Taika Waititi movie I've seen, I've enjoyed.
Except for Thor: Love and Thunder.
I haven't seen that movie, so
I
can't speak on that.
That's not at all surprising.
So,
I don't like that movie.
But the thing with Thor Ragnarok is that, first off, I didn't really find it funny. I found most of its jokes either boring or annoying.
I mean, humor is subjective, so that's fine.
Graham mentioned the fact that it sucks at emotional moments, which is disastrous to me, because my favorite parts about the first Thor movie were the quiet, more introspective, emotional moments. I loved the things I loved in Thor are exactly the things that are ditched in Ragnarok, in favor of trying to make it more fun. The fact that we destroy that this is the film that canonically gets rid of Thor's relationship with Jane, which I know there's a reason for that was behind the scenes, but it doesn't mean you actually had to address it in the film, and you could have just left it being an ambiguous plot point, especially if he's not going to get into a new relationship. I don't find the movie funny. I find every single time, every character don't feel like the characters from the previous movies. Chris Hemsworth is now playing Thor as sort of a buffoon. Yeah, exactly, and that's not who he was before. Loki is now just sort of a wacky, misunderstood anti-hero kind of figure, instead of being literally compared to Hitler in a previous film.
Jesus.
Am I wrong? That happens in the Avengers.
Yeah.
People seem to keep forgetting that in the first Thor movie he was trying to commit genocide.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Odin goes from being Odin's
ruler of Asgard.
A wise rule of Asgard to, I don't know, like an old man.
Everybody, I just need to go to bed.
Yeah, Hela's a fine villain, and I wish she got to be in a. The thing that bugs me so much about this movie is that I feel like there is a good movie waiting to get out of this movie, a movie that I would love waiting to escape, but it's so drowned out in all these stupid jokes, and that I can't the movie was just grating on me, and at the very least, something I can say about this movie, and this is part of the reason why, the one saving grace is that at least it left Thor on a potentially good moment, rather than tearing him down to nothing like Endgame did.
Oh, you would hate Love and Thunder. I'm just gonna.
I know I'm gonna hate Love and Thunder.
You're gonna hate that movie.
I don't think the expectations have ever been lower.
Yeah, exactly. I might actually like Love and Thunder because I have so low expectations for the movie.
No, you're not gonna like it.
No, I'm gonna hate it because that's the thing.
I do like the emotional moments more in Love and Thunder than in this movie.
Okay,
really?
I think it's better than its reputation.
My point is that I like Thor, and I don't feel like Ragnarok respects Thor enough as a character. I don't think it respects him enough. I don't think it respects him enough as a franchise. There is no universe in which a franchise started by Kenneth Branagh should end with Taika Waititi. No offense to him. Taika Waititi did exactly what the studio hired him to do, and I just blame the studio for hiring him to do it. And I get that there is an arc, that there's a place in the comics for this goofier Thor. However, I don't like that Thor. And that's the part that kills me about this, is that this is one of the most comic book feeling movies in the MCU. Yes. Because one of the things that is heart-wrenching about comics is that you can love a story arc, and then you can love a series, and then it gets a new writer, and you hate the new arc despite loving the character because this new writer came on board. And that is why, to me, it is the most comic book movie, because it embodies to me one of the worst parts about comics, about it, like specifically American comics, is that sometimes a series you love can be ruined in a heartbeat, and other people will say, I finally like this one.
Yeah.
All right. Good Ragnarok pitch, Mick.
All right, well, that's our show. I'd like to thank all of
That was surprisingly hinged.
I
I gotta say, I
Look forward
respect
to
our
the
civility.
sequel channel, the monthlies.
You know what would be so funny is if this round is the one where everyone loses their minds.
It might be, actually. I think there might be more division about this round.
Actually, if I'm being honest, this is
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this one might have some spice to it. This one might have some spice.
It's
But
a
let's
bug-
see.
it's a bug snack round.
So-
Here we go. Here we go.
Coming up hot, we have Iron Man 3, which
I'm
is
bashing my bed
Spider-Man
right
pick.
now. I am actually breaking the padding of my bed. I can't stop punching my bed. My
Ooh,
ears hurt.
this is gonna be a hard one.
My bed. I've come to
No,
bark.
it's not. It's really easy.
No, for me at least, it's a hard one. It's very much a hard one.
That was a
Iron
hard
Man
one,
3,
too. Then it became the coaster.
which is the Spider-Man pick, going up against Guardians of the Galaxy, which is a pick by Thor. Considering that Thor joins the Guardians, this totally tracks. Spider-Man
Yes,
or Thor, which of you want to go first?
Not in my heart, he doesn't join the Guardians.
Then you know what? Spider-Man should go first. No.
That's fair. All right, so
All right.
I equate this Iron Man film as the best out of the three, and I will tell you. Why.
I don't agree, but it's really good.
I
I don't agree, and it's
tell
not
you
really
why.
good.
I will tell you why. It all goes back to the line that Steve says to Tony in the first Avengers film. Take that suit off. What are you? And
Yeah.
that's what this film answers, because a majority of the film is Tony outside of the suit. And I like that because the tension is constant, because you never know, because he's dealing with the villain named the Mandarin. No one knows what he looks like or who he is. And it's that mystery that adds to the tension, because Tony doesn't know and he feels vulnerable. No matter what suit he's in, whatnot, he still feels that vulnerability. There's no like stupid like, oh, this arc reactor is killing me, I need to discover a new element, bullshit, whatever. It's something that haunts Tony. It's the uncertainty and whatnot. And I like that. It's all internal. And aside from that, there are two standout moments for me that with this film that push it up to being one of the best. It's when Tony rescues all the people falling out of the plane.
Absolutely,
And-
yes.
Yeah, he defies
Yes.
the odds.
Barrel of
the odds are
monkeys.
so stacked against him. And then
I would like to share one small anecdote. That is
Yeah.
the point in which watching Iron Man 3 in which I had an out-of-body experience. That is nothing. That's no criticism. It's just something weird that happened to me when I was watching the movie. I was suddenly watching myself watch the movie. It was weird.
It's nice when superhero movies remember. Oh yeah, at the end of the day, superheroes should be trying to save as many people as possible.
like, that is awesome. That is so freaking cool to see, and
I have
especially
no
in this
complaints about that scene.
And then there's the climax, like the final part of it, where Tony just summons all the suits that he's been building, every single one, and he's just like, you know what? Go to town, fight them all. And you just see all these cool ideas for like suits that Tony had in his spare time and whatnot. Then they just tear through everything, and it's just so damn cool to see. Like I said, I love Iron Man 3. I don't get the hate that surrounds it. I think it's honestly one of the best Iron Man films to come out, and it's like the only one that if it's like the last one that Marvel does, I don't think they will personally, but that's another conversation entirely. I think it ends off on a high note, especially after Iron Man 2 kind of, didn't capitalize on how good the first one was. Yeah, no, Iron Man 3 is a great film. I don't understand the hate it gets. It should be one of the more celebrated MCU films, but that's just...
Do you want me to try to explain why?
Well,
go right ahead.
Okay.
Can I actually? I have a brief comment that I think will set Taylor up perfectly for his criticism.
Oh boy.
It helps when a film has a cool villain.
Oh, thank
Well,
God!
you see,
Oh, thank you, Mick! Oh, bless your heart!
You want to know what's really rough? when a film has a cool villain. What's really cool? What's great about a movie is when it has a cool villain. What's not great is when that cool villain is revealed to not be the villain, and turns out that the real villain is a less cool villain.
Ben Kingsley is great.
Counterpoint.
Ben Kingsley just being this actor portraying the Mandarin, that was like the best part of the movie.
I'll say this.
I like Guy Pearce in this.
I think Guy Pearce was doing his best. The problem is Aldrich Killian's characters. Guy Pearce's character said the best. I created the perfect villain. That's true. But when you create the perfect villain and then you reveal that the perfect villain is not actually the villain, you got to have an even more perfect villain to back it up. And I don't think that Guy Pearce is that perfect villain.
And instead we have Tony Stark was mean to me at a party once. Join the club.
Yeah. True.
He's such
a God, I hate his life at that same party, and that he didn't complain.
Listen, this movie is dull. This movie is so dull.
This is where I'm getting off the Taylor train.
There is a big disconnect throughout this movie in relationship to everything. Tony Stark to people, the cinematography with the opening act, this movie's connection with the bigger MCU, it's all a mess.
Well, yeah.
Tony Stark is fun because he playfully banters with everyone but still keeps his charm, but that charm is all arrogance in this movie, and the opportunities for playoff are limited by the fact that he is constantly isolated from key cast members who are barely in this movie. Yes, Pepper gets to wear a suit and do Mandarin things, but she is constantly either in danger or barely in the movie. Every scene with Tony is toxic bickering, and I no longer care about them as a couple. She has the powers for all of 2 seconds before she's gone forever. Happy's hospitalized, so none of him. Rhodey is absent from the first half of the movie and then only shows up to be pretty useless with people taking his suit and not getting any of Tony's because, oh, nope, suits only work for me. And
he wears a polo shirt under the Iron Patriot armor. Really? That was quite possibly one of the bits that in watching the entire Infinity Saga took me out of the experience the most. It's just that there's no way he wears a polo shirt under that, a corduroy polo shirt.
I mean,
Sorry.
Tony wears a tracksuit under his suit.
I know, but I buy that from Tony. I don't believe that Colonel Rhodes wears a polo shirt under his Iron Patriot armor. Sorry.
Remember Rebecca Hall's character? Me neither. She does this wishy-washy betrayal and then gets shot dead by Killian, who I already...
She was supposed to be the villain.
It wouldn't have been better.
But she's not the villain. Jordan Killian is, and he's annoying.
I know, but she was supposed to be.
I don't like
the studio didn't like it.
Fair enough. I don't like Killian's acting. I think he's one note and obnoxious.
No.
I will give the movie credit. The child Tony bonds with is great. That's like a prototype Peter Parker relationship. I like that. Not excellent, but good. The finale.
I love when he shows up at Endgame and no one knew who he was.
Yeah. It's like, who are you?
And then, like, why does Tony need to blow up all the suits? To impress Pepper? To prove that he didn't need to tinker with suits to distract from his PTSD? This also goes nowhere because he goes right back to building them in the next movie.
I remember at the time
gesture.
There was some question that if Robert Downey Jr. would come back for more movies.
Okay.
So,
did he come? Did he ever?
We keep talking about like what was supposed to happen, but this is what we got. Okay, we did get more Iron Man. Rebecca Hall is not the villain. At the end of the day, Tony Hawk's a superhero. Superheroes need the suits. Tony's PTSD.
But you can see the direction of. Okay, go.
The PTSD is an unfinished plot line. New York traumatized him. Okay, but they don't go anywhere with that. It just kind of ends.
You kind of do.
It's just the movie is long, separated stretches of time between several characters who are supposed to have conversations and do plot things, but just keep us waiting up to 20 minutes to return. I just don't like this movie. I know. I'm sorry. I think this is my least favorite movie in the Infinity Saga.
Damn.
Wow.
Okay.
That's saying
this is a Shane Black movie. I like Shane Black movies.
I like Captain Marvel eons more.
Oh Jesus!
Them's
Christ.
fighting words.
I also like Captain Marvel more than Thor Ragnarok.
At least they're consistent.
More than Iron Man 3.
Yeah, I think it's a worse movie, but I liked it more.
That's just hurtful.
I'm never watching this movie by myself again. That's all.
I'll say, like when I watched this movie, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed my time with it, but then the more I thought about the movie, the more problems I had with it. But to be fair, I wasn't a half delirious state when I watched it. Like, I was having a mystical experiences while the movie was on, and I can't honestly.
I do like the Lord that, like, just out of nowhere. Yeah,
experience.
by the way, guys, I was having an out-of-body experience with this.
No, that's the thing. That's not a joke. Like, there was a part of me, like, I was, like, watching myself watch the movie, and, like, almost after the Barrel of Monkeys scene, the rest of it kind of feels like a dream state. Like, partially the dream I might have after watching The Long Kiss Goodnight. Because I kept having flashbacks to that movie with the finale. I kept thinking we were on a bridge to Canada.
God, the Shane Black pipe. I mean, this movie's better than The Predator, I'm sure.
Oh, so much better.
I haven't seen The Predator.
Good. We're way over, and we should talk about the other one. But I do like Iron Man 3.
I want to hear your thoughts during your vote, but yes, we can go.
Yeah,
to...
that's what this bracket is. A lot of that.
We need it for these massive movies, but who is it? Yes, Thor, take over for Guardians of the Galaxy.
All right. So, I mean, a lot of this stuff, a lot of the stuff that can be said about Guardians 1, we already kind of talked about with Guardians Volume 2. So I would just I'd like to focus on the elements that I think Guardians 1 excels at that Guardians 2 doesn't. And one of those, as I would feel, is feeling like not a superhero movie. One of the things I love, especially about the early MCU movies, is how very few of them feel like they're in the same universe to one another. And Guardians of the Galaxy feels like it's its own space adventure, space opera, and not a superhero movie. It's about a ragtag group of criminals coming together to stop a greater force. It doesn't feel like an established superhero team. And I think that's something that at least Guardians 1 can count itself on as having something unique to it. This is the first time we're really getting a view of like the how big and expansive the Marvel universe is. Seeing that there's hundreds of thousands of alien planets, all inhabited by these vast intergalactic empires and republics and whatnot. And it does a very good job of not bogging you down with.
It doesn't overcomplicate being in space.
It doesn't overcomplicate being in space. It doesn't feel the need to like explain everything. Like we don't need to know who the Nova Corps are. They're the good guys. They're the space police.
John C. Reilly's there. He's fun.
John C. Reilly's there. Probably one of my favorite John C. Reilly roles. He's like, and I don't think anyone's 100% a dick.
I love the scene where he has to explain that murder is a crime. The Drax.
Yeah. And we get to see the Guardians, go from being essentially their first interaction is them, trying to kill each other, and to see them go from that to working as a team to stop Ronan the Accuser, who's a really cool villain. He probably deserved maybe a little more.
There's not a lot to him, though.
There's not a lot to him. He kind of suffers from the same problem of
threatening but uninteresting.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, something that plagued a lot of the villains.
There are villains out there who are meant to be interesting. There are villains out there who are just meant to be a threat to be opposed.
Yeah, and Ronan is definitely in the latter camp.
Mm-hmm.
It's still pretty good.
There is one scene that I think you're missing, Mick, and that is the prison break scene.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, that's the best part.
Which is wonderful and kind of set me up for loving Rocket. I love how Rocket is explaining what to do, and he tells Peter to go take a guy's leg.
Yeah,
and then he takes it up. He's like,
one of my favorite bits
about
is when Rocket goes, no, seriously, he does find you attractive, which is added even greater when you realize that Bradley Cooper and Zoe Saldana were exes at that point.
I didn't know that. That. That's great.
Those Deadpool and Wolverine jokes, but kinda.
Yeah. But yeah, he just took the guy's leg. No, I just thought that would be funny. Take the guy's leg. I just want to see
real.
The Guardians is great.
Yeah. And I mean, small anecdote about the movie for me. I went to go see this movie 5 times in the theaters. Good Lord. If we circle around to the statement by earlier, Mick, who doesn't like to go see movies?
Well, I mean, this is worth it.
Exactly.
Howard the Duck is in
it. A hell of a lot.
Yeah.
Howard the Duck is in it.
It's true. Howard the Duck is in it.
He's in all
Howard the Duck is in it. I just want to say it a third time.
You mean Howard the Duck from the best MCU movie, Howard the Duck?
Not an MCU movie, but yes.
Voiced by Seth Green.
Next, you're going to see Ang Lee's Hulk is not an MCU movie.
Oh,
like,
no.
Next, you're gonna
But why
tell me-
male models?
Why
Dude, next, you're going to tell me that coming isn't a superpower.
Well, it depends on it. Is it radioactive?
Is my cum radioactive?
Wow,
MJ,
just drop
I
that
think we
question
need to
get to the vote.
Any lead up to it? You don't just ask a man if his cum's radioactive.
I mean,
Anyway, who's up first?
Buy me dinner first.
What's on second?
I don't know. It's on third.
Good one, guys. Good one. We deserve a medal.
Jeff.
We're
What
gonna
kind
start.
of metal? Vibranium. That's what kind of metal.
oh shit.
Oh God.
We're gonna start with Iron Man on the vote.
I'm giving this to Iron Man 3.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you were Iron Man. Spider-Man.
This is really difficult for me to choose between because both really have strong merits in my humble opinion, but already know what's most likely going to win, but I'm going to try anyway. I'm going to go with Iron Man 3.
Deadpool.
For the Guardians.
LaGuardia Airport.
Guardians of the Gahul?
No. Stop dancing for your movie owls. Hulk.
I could really piss off my friend now, but I'm not gonna do that.
Don't do that.
You deserve a
Because-
speech the same way that Mick had one.
Oh,
Well, this is a different kind of
What?
speech because he doesn't hate Guardians 1.
Yeah, like a reverse speech.
No. I don't hate either of these movies. I like both of these
Exactly.
a lot.
Do you love
you know,
Taylor?
I do, and that's why I'm
Don't
probably
put
gonna.
this on him like that.
No, dude. I'm gonna vote for Guardians anyway.
right.
Like I like Iron Man 3, but Guardians is just better. So
Good. I'll tell him that you did that. Because I'm Deadpool. And
oh yeah.
That's him.
Taylor.
That's him. Deadpool would say that. And then finally Thor.
yeah.
I'm
Here.
voting for Guardians of the Galaxy.
Here's some more classic Deadpool lines.
It was a valiant effort.
What's the deal with airline food?
He said that in
Jerry
Deadpool too.
Seinfeld
He's
as
so late for
Deadpool?
that. Don't you remember that scene from anyway, the last round is coming in hot. We got who put these up? Okay. Spider-Man Homecoming. Oh Jesus. Put up by
Rang.
It's
put
okay.
up
Taylor's
by
radioactive
God,
too.
and you know what?
Yeah.
Deadpool put this one up too. Deadpool and Iron Man.
Let's all remember that Spider-Man is a movie about high schoolers before we make any jokes.
Yes.
You break
We
my
love this.
realities
But-
too easily.
You're gonna make the Vulture come. He's not a high schooler.
Mike, I don't want to imagine this.
Hannibal Buress, he can do it.
I watched the Spider-Man for the Vulture porn.
I am going to snip the wires on this conversation.
That was the wrong word.
Is there
Please
no
do.
end to this running gag?
It's a wrist now.
Can I go first for Spider-Man?
I didn't even ask.
No, you gotta do the
Spider-Man
second
up.
one.
I said Iron Man, and who the fuck are you? Deadpool put this up. And then Ant-Man, who was also put up by Iron Man and possibly Deadpool. I put a bunch of question marks there.
I tell you what, Graham, do you want a tag team Homecoming?
No, I want to do the whole thing.
Stop.
Do you want a tag team Homecoming?
Taylor, let me have this.
Oh my
Do you
god,
wanna-
just kiss already.
Please stop.
Do you want to? Do you want to tag?
So Spider-Man,
I'm getting
Spider-Man
the wrench.
Homecoming.
All right, fine. I tried to create a universe where Graham does not get to be the Spider-Man guy, but I guess
There is no universe.
Spider-Man Homecoming, I think, probably one of I think it does like so many like Spider-Man things well, and I think it integrates him into the MCU in very interesting ways. Like I'll just straight up like I love that the premise of this film is about with great power comes with great responsibility without ever actually saying it. I think Vulture is a perfect villain for this movie. Michael Keaton, he knows how to make Vulture feel like a normal guy, and then also a terrifying like villain.
I mean, he's the girlfriend's father. That is a
Yeah,
normal
that's
guy
when he
who's
be-
also
That's a very
absolutely terrifying.
villain.
that's when he becomes an interesting villain to me. When that twist happens, it's such a good
I love
twist,
that.
and simultaneously, it's such a tense scene
Yes.
where like you see how paralyzed Peter is, but also how good of an actor Michael Keaton is when he threatens him. Is so good.
He threatens him the way you would threaten a high schooler, which is not an easy thing to do as an actor, to be like, hey, you're a guy threatening a high schooler.
It's also like Vulture, he's not going to directly even really kill anyone. Like if his heist goes off, last big job, it's not like, oh, I have to, in order to do this last job, I have to kill 10 people. But no, it would just make there's a lot of damage would like sprinkle out from that through weapons being made and stuff. So it does ask Peter, like at that end, where it's like you have everything you want as Peter Parker, but if you want to keep it, you have to let this guy go as Spider-Man. And then you like by the time you think he's like right out of the choice, no, he's already made that choice. He left his phone in the car so he could get Ned to track him. A lot of the fights are very lackluster. Like I think the Shocker fight is really just kind of Shocker. Like
how would you do the Shocker fight?
I would make it so that he doesn't have to touch something to like shock them. I would have it be like the gauntlets, like how they always are, where he has to like shoot, bolt an energy. And Spider-Man has to dodge out of the way a bunch of times, rather than he's just gonna push a bus.
Grant has a lot of opinions on electrical-based Spider-Man villains.
Yeah, well, no, Shocker is not electrical-based; he's shockwave-based. Yeah. Also, like I think there was such a big missed opportunity. You have the Vulture being the main villain, and really a lot of the fight in the end is just picking Spider-Man up and putting him down over and over again. Where a chase, at least a chase scene.
Well, they have that.
Do you want an actual criticism of this film?
Are you gonna mention that he's Iron Man?
No. His criticism was the criticism Graham was going to bring was thinking that Jordan was going to bring up is that Iron Man is too involved and Spider-Man doesn't feel like his own hero. But that's not what Jordan was going to bring up.
No, I don't like that Spider-Man is the point of Spider-Man, and this is that he's supposed to suck. Yeah. The whole thing is that he can't do anything without somebody else having to bail him out or save him. Yeah. This is the exact same thing that I have problems with when How to Train Your Dragon did it. I don't like it here because I want Spider-Man to be able to fight his own battles and be legitimate, and that's why I like the sequel so much.
I think I would agree with you on that if they didn't make a whole point of at the end where it is just him in his homemade suit. Like if you were,
but he still kind of sucks in that one, and he still needs. It still has to come to a different moral decision.
We get the "If This Be My Destiny" bit of Spider-Man, where he has like the rubble, where that is like where he.
And to be fair, that is awesome.
This is an origin story of Spider-Man without being an origin story. This is how he fully like embraces like the neighborhood Spider-Man and like what that means.
One thing I'll say for this film that I think it does better than any other Spider-Man film is it really, and this is I think partially helped by the fact that it's in the MCU, is that it makes Spider-Man feel like one of those a lower level hero than the Avengers.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I like that bit of perspective personally. Yeah. Like I kind of wish I'm kind of with Jordan in that I like him being I'd like him to be more heroic and capable, but at the same time I like the fact that his villains aren't universe, world-ending villains. They're more neighborhood-ending villains.
Yeah,
it's refreshing to see after a cinematic universe has had so many of those kind of villains.
Yeah.
And
Spider-Man's sort of always been in the middle between someone like Captain America and someone like Daredevil. Like he's in this sort of like weird middle spot, where he can kind of do both.
I think that's one of like the appeals for me of Spider-Man is that he can have, like I said in Endgame, he holds the Infinity Gauntlet and literally like the building stones of the universe, and he still has to go to school.
Yeah. The thing is with me is that I personally don't mind that they wanted to make Spider-Man more of a street level hero as far as the movies were concerned, and then
friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
And then slowly but
Well, that I'm
surely
fine
build
with.
him up to be like this, be on the level of Iron Man or Cap and whatnot. Like I said, in a cinematic universe where that's more of a daily occurrence, it's refreshing to have a hero that's a lot more grounded. It's refreshing to see that, and I'm not really bothered by like Iron Man being there or Peter needing to be bailed out for certain things because he's a high
Just the
schooler.
whole movie.
He's a high schooler. He's not going to have the answers immediately there to help. Like, he's not going to be as capable as someone with experience like Tony or Cap. And to me, I think that's fine. That's okay because, you know, there's obviously going to be more than one Spider-Man film. The character's way too popular to just leave it off at one. It's a marathon, not a sprint, and I'm okay with that.
Can I though? But can I say something? You guys keep saying that like he's getting bailed out, and like that's a fair way of looking at it. But the way I've always chosen to look at it is that Peter is set up to fail by the movie, where you have his point of contact who is Happy, and Happy sucks in this movie.
Yeah.
He never listens to Peter, who calls and messages him constantly to give updates. Happy always ignores him, like admonishes him, never gives him the time of day, and his distance is obviously a motivator for Peter to start striking out on his own and trying to prove himself. But then, the act of trying to stop criminal activity in progress, which leads him to Vulture, and Stark immediately admonishes him for quote unquote going after him. But Peter's not going after him. Peter's just in the line of doing what he was supposed to do and just so happens to run into a really big crime. He's just following the danger, which is what he's supposed to do. And without telling Peter, Stark sets up an FBI raid on Vulture so Peter can show up and ruin the raid. Why not tell him? Give him some satisfaction that Iron Man is taking care of the problem that Peter had. But no, of course, we have to lead to Peter failing to stop the boat problem and losing the suit. It's just really forced and it's hard to swallow. And that's what I don't like about the movie.
Well, that was the thing. Tony was about to compliment him, but then Peter went on the boat.
Yeah, anyway. But like if Tony had told him that he's doing this,
he was going to, but because of that whole rigmarole that happened on the boat, he wasn't able to. And then Iron Man had to go in.
I don't think it's a problem with the movie, but I'm kind of with Taylor on this, that Tony and Happy were in the wrong for not keeping Peter in the loop and preventing him from doing something stupid. Because if there's one thing they should have, that Tony should have learned by now, is that Peter is going to get curious, he's going to stick his nose in things. And so the safest thing to do would be to tell him so that he stays out of the way.
But honestly, I think we're missing the biggest point is that Tom Holland is one of the greatest Peter and Spider-Mans ever. He's good at both of them. He's really a kid in these movies, whereas all the Spider-Mans up until now have been like, they're almost done with school, and they're like these adult Spider-Mans. But you have like an actual, very much nerd in high school, eager to prove himself with the quips, the heart, and the charisma. This is a great Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Yes,
I agree.
Now, to be fair, in the comics, he's in college for the majority of his Spider-Man career.
Every single Spider-Man cinematic movie has taken inspiration from the Ultimate Universe, where he's mostly in high school.
Yeah, exactly.
I just realized something.
What?
In this round of the most extreme, the spider versus the ant.
Yeah, you just realized that?
I was waiting for someone to comment on it.
Yeah,
it's Bud Snacks round.
Now, if we were, you're right. Now, if we were going by animals, we could vote right now. But in terms of movies, who wants to talk about me?
You would love for us to not talk about Ant-Man, wouldn't you, Christian?
Yeah, Ant-Man's my least favorite Marvel movie.
Dang.
Yeah, well,
I don't think Ant-Man's bad enough to be someone's least favorite.
Shut up, it is.
It's
fine.
perfectly fine.
It's fine.
Well, so well then I'll try to get us on a lead here. Turns out growing and shrinking can be really entertaining, and Paul Rudd is lovely, and he never loses his lovely spirit. He's a thief who is friend to ants, great dad to his daughter. His bond with Anthony the ant is great. Yes, we have another annoying subplot of you're no good for your daughter, so we want nothing to do with you until you save the day. Tired, not into it, but like. Oh, dude,
I like it. It's fine. It's nice to finally have a good dad in the MCU.
No. The dad part is great. It's how everyone else reacts to him.
That's fair. Yeah,
like no one gives him the time of day. That's what I can't stand. The fight with Ant-Man versus Falcon, loved that.
my mind blanked out because we were just talking about Spider-Man: Homecoming, and I thought you were talking about the Vulture, and I'm like, what? When did this happen? I was so confused, but oh yeah, that's right, Falcon. Yeah.
Jordan, do you want to tell everyone why Michael Pena is the best?
Yeah. That is one of the best comedic foils in a Marvel movie because the sequences where they talk about the sort of grapevine that he hears things out are all great. I like the little band of fellow criminals, him and T.I. and David Dastmalchian. I think that the humor in this movie is, for the most part, pretty good. I mean, it's very much a what could have been kind of thing because Edgar Wright was originally going to write and direct this, and Marvel didn't like him. But as it stands, this is a pretty.
Awesome to see. I'm sorry.
So
Yeah, I should say, if this is the film I would have brought Taika Waititi on board for.
Really?
Yeah, he would have worked.
He would have worked great with Paul Rudd. Are you kidding me?
Oh, absolutely. Like, Paul Rudd should do a Taika Waititi movie now. Again, it's a very fun, breezy, creative at times. Like some of the stuff in the climax, they're really cool. It's just that when this film does generic things like the villain and the overall plot is where it loses me.
Where, like, I think for me, I like the heist itself, but it's really frustrating that you think about it from the perspective of Darren knew the plan the whole time and essentially sabotaged it to a point that fighting was always going to be the only solution. Heists are cool when you're always one step of the opposition, and when you look at it from the perspective as the heist was always doomed to fail, it almost feels like the heist itself failed, and therefore the movie failed.
Yeah, so the heist should never be doomed to fail, but there should always be an unexpected twist in the middle of the heist. Like
isn't that most heist setups anyway? Like they set up a plan, and then more often than not, that plan goes to shit.
Oh no, that's the thing. Something has to go wrong with the plan, but it should never be that the entire heist was a setup to begin with. Like that kind of
heists are cool. Like heists should be meaningless.
Yeah. Also, the whole Hope hates Hank subplot feels really forced. And again, I've seen this a billion times. And the whole "I didn't tell you because I wanted to protect you" thing is
that's not great.
I'm not into that.
It feels haphazardly.
And also Hope's haircut in this film.
Yes, Graham.
Yeah.
Why? Okay. Why do? Sorry, that was too emotional. People can style their hair however they want. Everyone's personal appearance choices are beautiful. I just think her hair looks weird. And
ladies and gentlemen, this is the point in which I'd invite you to go back to the point where when I bring up the villain in Iron Man 3, and we'll see which one did Taylor get more upset about.
No. Just think that I just feel like Hope changes her hair every movie, and this one.
Well, look, her and Lucas Pope are really tight, so. Hope and Pope, they have a podcast.
Oh my god!
It took me a minute. Jordan, put Hope with Lucas Pope mustache.
I will say I do kind of like the legacy aspect of Ant-Man. Like
that was a neat bit that I didn't know about going into this movie.
Yeah, it's like, no, it's not going to be Hank Pym as Ant-Man. Except he kind of was.
Yeah.
It was for a little, but now I
think Ant-Man handles the legacy of the character. Like the movie handles the legacy of the character a lot better than Captain Marvel does. But that's just me.
Yeah. So one thing I actually want to say, Grant, because this is something that Graham pointed out to me that I thought was great, is because this is initially one of the criticisms I would have, is that the science in this movie, like they gave the explanation of how it works, and then immediately and then in like literally the next sentence say a line that basically says it can't possibly be the explanation he just gave. Like he says, it shrinks the distance between the atoms. It's like, okay, so the atoms stay the same size, and you just get smaller. But then how do you get smaller than the atoms by going quantum? And Grant, I initially would have considered that a criticism, but Graham pointed something out to me that this is my new headcanon, which is Hank Pym doesn't actually know how they work.
No.
He just discovered them, and he just discovered them. He didn't invent them, he just discovered them. He doesn't know how they work either, and he's just making shit up that sound plausible.
Mm-hmm. It would explain why most of the powers in this movie are bullshit, I guess.
Yeah.
It would explain that.
Well,
I think this movie is really fun. It's got a slow act too, but like,
yeah,
I think
it's a fun movie, but I think in general it just kind of feels like a weaker Iron Man with some shrinking fun and a heist.
I like shrinking and heist.
Oh no, I've got nothing against those. It's just I feel like as a movie it fails to wow me. I kind of had I think your experience of Doctor Strange is kind of similar to my experience with Ant-Man.
Sure, I'll accept that.
Now, shall we do the final vote of round 1 here? Take it away, Iron Man!
I am voting for Spider-Man Homecoming.
Tony,
There it
is
is.
Tony Stark also a fan of The Wind Rises? Is that true?
I don't know.
Jarvis, put on The Wind Rises.
I am Hayao Miyazaki, snaps finger.
Wind rising at 33%, sir.
Spider-Man!
Oh, sorry. I'm going to obviously vote for Spider-Man. I wasn't sure who.
Yeah, you won't vote for yourself? He's like,
Yeah, I'm going to vote for myself. The Spider-Man is just that cocky.
Deadpool.
I'm going to be honest. I feel like we did not, when we pitched Spider-Man Homecoming, I think we made it sound way worse than it actually is.
Yeah, I think we did.
Pretty funny.
Because Homecoming is actually phenomenal, and
It's a very
the
fun.
actual it actually does nail the whole Peter Parker Spider-Man dynamic that I think makes those two things worse. The meshing of personal Peter life with professional Spider-Man life. That is the foundation behind which any good Spider-Man thing is, and it understands that great. So
We needed to bring it down to Ant-Man's level.
Yeah. I mean, it has criticism, of course.
That's the thing. Like, it's not really a contest, but Homecoming is really good.
Hulk.
Roar!
Rawr. Yeah.
Has no one noticed that he's just been making growling sounds this whole film?
He's been Bruce Banner the whole time.
It's a living. It's a living. Despite my criticisms of it, I still think Homecoming is the better movie. I think it does a lot of things really well. And again, of the Spider-Man adaptations, it gets the high school aesthetic down extremely well. I love Peter and all his friends. I love the sort of high school scape that we get there. I actually also really like the two sequels, arguably a little bit more. But Homecoming gets my vote here, despite liking Ant-Man a little bit more than most people.
No Way Home is kind of schmacking.
I also realized we never brought up.
I like Far From Home as well.
We never brought up Hannibal Buress, the gym teacher.
Oh, he's great.
Pretty sure
This guy, he's a war
But I'm
criminal
pretty
now.
sure I got to show you this anyways. Hi, I'm Captain America, and I'm here to talk to you about patience.
I love that.
I can't believe they got me
Smart.
with that one. And
So-
I gotta say,
Attention.
getting Disney, despite being like Disney Plus, fucking hates after credit sequences. It keeps trying to get you to watch other things, and I have to keep fighting it to get to see the after credit sequence. And so after like 5 full minutes of fighting with the thing, and I get Captain America sitting down. I'm here to talk to you about patience. I'm like,
Got him.
Damn it.
Yeah.
As much as I believe after credit scenes are a blight upon society, Marvel does pull it off, at least back in the day.
Yeah.
And finally,
Do the
Thor.
after credit leaks.
yeah, I'm giving it to Spider-Man: Homecoming. I did enjoy Ant-Man. It just wasn't that strong.
Whoa, that was a 5-0.
Ants.
What the hell? You all hate?
Ant-Man.
Are you Christian?
I think it's more
Christian?
interesting
Are you
because-
upset that Spider-Man beat Ant-Man 5-0?
You all hate me.
No,
Christian,
we don't.
You
Christian,
voted
this
against
is-
me.
Christian,
I'm
this
Ant-Man.
Christian, this is your most hated MCU movie.
Oh yeah, I'm realizing this was a lose-lose for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's head into losers round 1 with Black Panther versus Captain America: Civil War. We are going to start. The voting order is now whatever I want it to be. So we're going to be starting with Deadpool.
I think it's crazy that Christians started the year at least being like, I don't like when people like don't go by the voting order we assign where we rotate it. And now we've got to the point where like, I'm going to just decide whoever I want because I have all the power.
Well, look, if everyone else is going to do it, then so am I.
I don't think anyone else does it.
Good.
Yes,
I
Graham.
consider
Yes,
one.
feed the option to
Let
me.
me go
Yes.
through you.
I learned from only the
Go
best.
forth,
Truly.
my apprentice.
I
In fact,
rec-
Taylor, I'm going to make you go last every single round after
I'm
this
gonna
for
deny
sticking
that
up to me.
ability. So I recognize that in a universe where we have to have 4 things die in losers round 1, that Civil War being one of those things is fair enough. I'm not thrilled about it, but if you guys think I'm letting Black Panther die losers round 1, then you're nuts. And I don't even necessarily agree with it being here in the first place. So Black Panther, Wakanda forever. Not Wakanda forever.
No, not Wakanda forever.
Yeah,
Black
Panther.
Panther.
But like
Black-
Wakanda
Black-
forever.
10 years from now.
Way later. way
Black
later.
Panther, period. Wakanda forever! Exclamation point.
Thank you, George.
Yes.
Please put that in text so it's so the grammar is clear.
Absolutely.
The what?
Graham is pretty clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see right
Beat
through
me to
him.
it.
Hulk, smash.
Yes, I plan to.
Oh, hell yeah.
These are both movies I saw with a large group of people at purchase, and I think that I have nostalgia towards both of them. However, Black Panther is the better movie because I just remember leaving that movie and just being in awe of everything they were able to do and just the scope of it, just how epic it all felt and just how satisfying it was. And I still feel that to this day. So Black Panther.
Thor.
Black Panther was honestly a movie I was dreading seeing because whenever something is really hyped up, you're worrying it's not going to live up to the hype. And I was but the funny thing about that is that when you're conscious of that, it makes you start to second guess whether the movie's going to be good at all. And so when I went into it, I was pleasantly surprised by how much I liked Black Panther. Civil War is very good. However, there are things that I think that Civil War could have done better, and the only criticisms I have of Black Panther are there are some little bits that feel left over from an earlier version of the script, and the CGI obviously could have been done much better. And so yeah, I'm giving it to Black Panther. Also, it's just a movie I'd rather rewatch. I think I'd enjoy it more in a rewatch.
As Jordan and I's screenwriting professor would say, it's a 5-act movie.
It could
Sure.
be.
You can do that.
5-act movie.
James Cameron writes 5-act movies.
I don't know what a 5-act movie is, but whatever.
It's Black Panther.
I'll explain it whenever I put a James Cameron film on a Filmlies.
Okay.
Yeah, you look up the definition of a 5-act movie, and it's like a 5-act movie is Black Panther.
No.
It's a movie with 5 acts, Mick. That's the.
I thought if you look up a movie with a 5-act, if you look up a 5-act movie, it'll say Jordan will talk about when he puts up a James Cameron movie for the movies.
Yes.
You're a smart guy.
That's what it says in the Webster's.
5-act movie is.
What's your name again? Iron Man.
Not
looking at my
one
reference
of my
sheet anymore.
favorite parts of Black Panther was after my dad had seen it. Like he just texted me, no capitalization, no punctuation, just Wakanda forever.
Hell yeah.
I'm going for Black Panther.
Black Panther was your dad's Black Panther, dude.
Oh my god.
And finally, Spider-Man.
I love the emphasis you put on that. Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
He does whatever a spider can.
As if the man was
Who
the
fires?
shocking part of that.
Yeah, true.
What's this? A spider?
I'm
A
gonna go with Black
Spider-Man?
What's this? A spider for ants?
Guys, I couldn't hear Vinny's vote over the clowning.
I'm gonna go with Black Panther. He's a cool guy who's not afraid of anything.
Let's go.
2 in a row.
Could we get Ludwig Göransson to do
Can I just
a
say-
cover of the Hawaii Five-O theme in the African
need
traditional
to.
music?
I love the idea that you go to someone and say, hey, can you do a cover of our ditty from the Yearlies and then show them Hawaii Five-O and go, so you want me to do a cover of Hawaii Five-O? We're like, no. We want you to do a cover of the Yearlies.
Oh, Taylor, I think this show plagiarized from your podcast. That's crazy.
Just picturing Chad Boseman going, "Book him, Dano."
One day we should get Jack Lord on the Yearlies.
I thought you were going to say Chad Boseman. I was going to say that's going to be difficult.
Well, it's difficult to get Jack Lord too.
There.
I guess it would be hard to get Jack Lord on here too, I suppose. Avengers: Age of Ultron versus Thor. Deadpool. Thor.
I voted for Come
He
Back.
said, "Come back to him."
Oh,
Yeah.
that's not a movie.
Come back to me.
It probably is, actually.
Oh yeah, statistically. Hulk, you can take over.
Yeah, it's funny because before I became adamant about seeing all of these movies in theaters. Thor, I actually took a couple weeks to watch when it was out because I just wasn't interested in it. And of all people, one of my little league coaches, because my dad was, we were very active in the little league and we knew all the other coaches. And one of the other coaches who I did not know was a huge Thor nerd. He's like, "Oh, they do Mjolnir where they do the Bifrost well." I'm like, "Okay, Lee, sure, whatever." And I heard him out, and I'm thankful for my 2011 era little league guy who ran the league for turning me on to, because I actually really enjoyed this one. I think Thor holds up a little better than Age of Ultron. I'm giving that the vote.
I've made my decision.
Thor, that is.
All right, Deadpool.
I'm going to vote for Age of Ultron. I think that ultimately there's more. There's just more there for me. Like there's more Avengers. There's more jokes.
Jordan.
There's no.
Deadpool would do that.
I know.
Deadpool would absolutely do that.
Yeah, but only to Wolverine, not to the Hulk.
Yeah. No, he can do it to the Hulk too. Why
He
not?
can do it with whoever you want. Here's another classic Deadpool line. My wife.
He said that in Deadpool and Wolverine. That's crazy.
I think that like Age of Ultron is just like a more fun movie.
Okay.
All right, Thor. May I even wager a guess?
I'm voting for Thor.
Good.
My
That
favorite
is
MCU
nepotism.
movie.
Oh, dude, Thor: Age of Ultron.
Iron Man.
Okay, I need to like fit two bits into here because it's the last time I get one. As I mentioned, a Critical Role cast member before, Travis Willingham is in the Thor movie. He did some mocap for one of the Frost Giants, and he actually broke his wrist doing this movie.
Oh wow!
He was so excited to do a ground pound, punched the ground, and didn't know there was like concrete beneath it.
That's a classic mistake.
And now, I guess you can say that after that accident, he's really Thor.
No,
Hurts.
with much love and respect to Thor, I'm gonna vote for Avengers: Age of Ultron.
What the hell are we doing?
Really?
I don't know.
Resident Evil. Thor.
Thor.
I mean, at least the audience kind of knows if this isn't their first video.
I don't care if they don't know. Then they'll be just like someone watching Infinity War for the first time.
I care. I don't want to alienate people.
The
Hello.
Yearlies is like the MCU. You have to watch a million other things to understand what's happening here.
Including the short.
Yes.
And
I've
finally,
been watching since the beginning, and I still don't understand what the hell's going on here.
exactly. We might be slightly more comprehensible than the MCU, a little less homework. Finally, Spider-Man.
It's pretty easy for me. I'm gonna go with Age of Ultron.
You guys are psychotic.
Really?
Wait, did Age of Ultron just win? What
Yeah,
the fuck?
yeah.
What
Age of
the
Ultron
hell?
a little bit more than Thor, because at least with Age of Ultron, they're like I feel something with it. Like there's
Graham
like,
also did.
things aren't
I think
taken
I'm just gonna go
so
hang myself now.
seriously. Like I
I
said,
was
Age of
meant to
Ultron
be
doesn't take
beautiful.
itself so damn seriously. It knows what it is.
So,
It's all right, Mick. Now I'm going to get hurt. So
next round, Avengers
You're not
Endgame.
gonna get hurt. It's gonna be me. I'm the victim here.
Avengers Endgame.
Oh.
Avengers Endgame. Endgame versus Doctor Strange. Wait, who's going? Yeah, Deadpool.
Yeah.
we are in the end game now.
Oh yes, that's your vote. Hulk.
Oh God, I feel bad because I've voted against Doctor Strange. I really do enjoy Doctor Strange. Visually, I think it does so much well. I like that it exists. Ultimately, Endgame is the better movie.
Thor.
I watched all those movies for this. Doctor Strange. This is the worst. I think this might be the worst experience I've ever had here at the Yearlies.
Oh my god.
Where's the spite, Jordan? Do it.
Well, he hasn't actually spited anything yet.
I'm voting for Doctor Strange.
That's a spite vote.
No, it's not. Doctor Strange might be my favorite MCU movie. It's
I
between
know.
this and Thor. And Thor died losers round one.
Yeah,
I think it's pronounced Thor.
To Avengers Age of Ultron, of all the fucking things to lose to. That's what hurts the most.
Yeah.
Nick, the sun's getting
It
I'm
would've-
low.
with you there.
It would have been worse if it was Thor Ragnarok.
No,
It could
honestly,
always
no.
be
It wouldn't have
worse.
been. It wouldn't have been.
It could always be worse. Iron Man
I'm voting for Avengers Endgame.
And for posterity, Spider-Man.
Endgame.
Yeah, let's go. Let's all go put cigarettes on my dick now.
This is exactly what you said with Alan Wake and WarioWare. I think word for word.
That is not what.
Nick, I'm about to feel all that pain right now too. So no, I'm right there with you.
When Alan Wake lost, Mick said, "Let's go put cigarettes out on my dick."
Actually, it may have been a different moment, but this line. Oh no, I think that was for Nicktoons Racing, if I recall correctly. Nonetheless, let's do Battle of the Mans. Iron Man 3 versus Ant-Man. Two man, too furious. Deadpool.
All right, so I was with my buddy, right, and he was like, "Hey, there's this movie called Ant-Man." I'm like, "Ant-Man? That's a crazy movie." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm gonna vote for it over Iron Man 3 because I think Iron Man 3 is stupid." That was the end of the story. It wasn't very funny.
Well, Hulk, what do you have to say about that story, Mr. Banner?
I have to say that Michael Pena is a Scientologist.
Oh
my God!
Damn!
I might cut that.
No, don't cut it. Speak the truth.
Okay, well he is. Ant-Man is perfectly fine. I'm voting for Iron Man 3. Taylor, I'm sorry.
Listen, if I get angry over it beating Ant-Man, then that means that I have no level. Like, there's no line. I can let Iron Man 3 beat Ant-Man because Ant-Man got 5 votes. I don't want that to happen, but I can let it happen.
Thor, how about you?
Okay.
Come back to me.
Iron Man.
I'm gonna vote for Iron Man triple ballin'.
Yeah, sure. And then Spider-Man.
I'm obviously gonna be voting for Iron Man 3.
Nick, take this 2-3 with me.
Yeah, Ant-Man.
All right.
Can I just say it's interesting that Iron Man is like the only series in the MCU that just went, oh yeah, 1, 2, 3. Like you could sort of with Guardians, but they went the route.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a book.
Volume.
Truly. All right.
Music.
Let's do it. I hope you're all ready for some vengeance. Some vengeance, if you will, because round 2, Avengers Infinity War versus the Avengers.
Can I say, because I didn't get to say a ton of things about Infinity War, just a couple of things. I love when they're in Wakanda and doing the battle. I love the Wakandans' E-Bombay battle cry. That gets me so hyped.
I mean, that whole movie gets me so hyped. That moment in particular. I mean, I love. Oh gosh, what did we? I can't even remember what we did and did not talk about Infinity War, so I'm not even gonna speak up more.
It was.
But
It was hours ago.
Remember when Thanos threw Gamora off the cliff, and despite him being the big bad villain, he actually chokes you up a little bit when he says, "What did it cost you?"
If you go there, then I'm going to fight you because
what did it cost you? Everything.
It's like it's not that emotional because.
How about you grow a heart?
Because Thanos is a genocidal maniac who has used his daughter for his own twisted machinations and doesn't love his daughter.
You can relate emotions from evil characters in fiction and sympathize in a particular scene, even if the action in the person is vile.
It had to force that storyline to happen, so the story had to convince us that Gamora is everything to him, but it just isn't. I just don't feel the man's pain if that's the intention. I'd sooner see him manipulate 2 innocent people to get the Soul Stone for him, which makes way more sense to me.
I like that Infinity War is willing to give their villains actual characters instead of just making them caricatures of mustache twirling, top hat wearing, devious machinations.
Because I think you could. He is like a twisted, like evil villain. I think if like you view like, oh, like why is he trying to like save the universe? Oh, so like. People like Gamora won't have to suffer and realizes, oh no, in order to accomplish that, yeah,
I like my villains with depth. That's what I'll say. Anyway, that's enough of me trying to push my wild card. Whose turn is it? I'm gonna go with Hulk.
Of the two, I think Infinity War is the more fully realized effort, and I think it's the more effective and especially emotionally effective film, so I'm going to give that my vote.
Yes. Thor.
Come back to me.
Iron Man.
With much love and respect to the Avengers, I'm going to vote for Infinity Or
Real. Now it's just anything that ends in or. Now we've evolved. Truly. Spider-Man.
This is really tough.
It's 3-0 right now, right?
No,
It's
it's
2-0.
2-0.
2-0. Oh god, I can't let that happen. Infinity War.
3-0, baby. All right. Deadpool. Posterity.
Despite the fact that the extinction is definitely not random because every Phase 1 Avenger lived and like every Phase 3 Avenger died, Infinity War is still better.
The Phase 1 Avengers are just built different.
They are.
And then that leaves.
I think I'm going to give to Avengers 1.
All right. I believe that's a 4-1.
Just a clean sweep. Thank you, Mick.
Well, Vinny, you did lambast against your own movie.
I know.
That
Yeah,
would
but
be,
we never knew. None of us knew where Infinity War ranked on our top 3 because Christian put it in. So
Yeah.
True. I mean, you could have done what I sometimes do. It's like I include it and I like cross it out where it would have gone or something like that. But
Yes, that's true.
yeah. Anyway, we got a classic matchup: the Battle of the Bands.
Civil War.
It's the Civil War. Captain America: The Winter War versus Iron War.
Iron Man.
Hulk, Mr. Banner, Mr. Bruce, Green Guy,
Dr. Banner.
guy who
True.
Yeah.
Mark Ruffalo.
Hey, welcome to the eye.
This is me,
That was
Bruce
really
Banner.
Yeah, watch Now You See Me. It's how I got that impression.
I'm walking.
Actually, yeah, I'm walking here.
Hi, I'm Alan Alda. I'm the Hulk.
I was on MASH. All right,
Hello, I'm Edward
Iron
Norton.
Man.
This is my Edward Norton impression. It's pretty good because
Happy
there's nothing
Thanksgiving,
discernible
Province.
about it.
Hello, I'm Ang Lee, and I don't remember who plays Hulk in my movie.
Hi, Peter Griffin here.
Hi, I'm Eric Banner. I'm the Hulk in Australian.
I'm giving it to Iron Man. I like Iron Man better, but both of these are great.
Hello, I'm Lou Ferrigno. Who's you? Who are you? Thor.
Captain America, the Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
Iron Man? I mean,
I'm gonna vote for Iron Man.
that's you.
Iron Man?
Iron Man? Iron Man?
I'm Ron Burgundy?
Spider-Man.
I am Iron Man.
What he said.
Oh, I guess that's a vote for Iron Man. And then finally Deadpool.
Hi, I'm from Australia.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
What?
I don't know. I just felt like that was a good time to leave. What's the score?
It's 3-1. Did Vinny vote for Iron Man? Because I wouldn't. Because
Yes,
Graham was
Vinny
talking.
did vote for Iron Man. If
I couldn't hear him over the Graham.
So it's 3-1 Iron Man.
3-1 Iron Man.
Iron Man.
And he's lost his mind.
I am
Can't
doing
you
it.
see?
I'm doing great this year, these guys. I'm sure glad I waited 9 months for this.
Well,
Dude.
And you watched an MCU film every 3 hours for 2 weeks.
See, what's great about this is I'm just talking my experience. These are all just films that I've either seen just like once in theater, like maybe a couple times. This is all fresh to Mick.
This is it's the risks of the occupation, but at the same time, it must hurt.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
We're never doing years now, are we?
Oh no, we're doing years. We're doing years.
Okay, good.
We need years to recover from watching an entire 13-year saga of movies. Now you only need to worry about
Instead,
one.
let's pick from a pool of 3,000.
I need to say, for someone who just movies for the first time within 2 weeks, you've got really good, like, in-depth analysis for your pick.
Oh, thank you.
Mick.
Yeah.
Good shit, man.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Just Mick.
And the best part about all your shit dying and loses round one is that it doesn't stop you from pitching.
All right,
So
Christian,
there we
that's not
go.
helping.
I don't care. It's the
He
truth.
still has Guardians, and he loves Guardians.
Speaking
Yeah, I
of
do.
which,
He likes all these movies.
I do.
Except
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 versus the best movie of all time, Thor Ragnarok.
Whose side are you on?
We're gonna go with Mr. Green. Mr. Green, Hulkman. Green.
I'm gonna do something controversial. Although controversial if you're me, because for years Thor Ragnarok has been my high bar for the MCU. Ever since I saw it, I'm like, okay, this is the best. And I think it's like Guardians 2 has always been very high on my rankings, but I feel like when it came out, it wasn't as popular to do so. People were like, B-, the fatigue was already setting in. I think that if I were to rewatch both of these, I would probably rank Guardians Volume 2 over Ragnarok. And I think it is probably the better overall film. So I'm actually going to give Guardians 2 my vote.
I'm sure Thor, the God of Thunder, is very happy about that one.
Yes.
It is your vote, Thor.
Oh, yes, I'm also voting for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
Rock on.
Iron Man.
I'm gonna vote for Thor Ragnarok.
I would have been funny if you Thor Ragnarok.
Nah.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right.
I would have
You're so
personally
right
gone
for
for
that,
Thor
Graham.
Ragnarok.
Now we're just stretching syllables for.
I'm voting for Thor Ragnarok.
There we go. Innovation. Spider-Man.
I'm gonna go with Guardians Volume 2.
And then finally, Deadpool.
Guardians 2.
Is that a 5-0?
No,
No, it's a 4-1.
Oh, okay. It's big.
it's a 5-0.
It's the
Taylor,
little things.
I'm hoping I didn't. Are you okay? Because you're like, Thor lost.
No, not everything has a deeper meaning.
Okay, good.
Sometimes I'm voting for Guardians is just an I'm voting for Guardians. Here, sorry, if
Okay.
I didn't have enough energy. All right, here, coming. And hi, here's a Deadpool joke. You know, the path we walks in life are detrimental to Paramount because Paramount and walking are simultaneously the same, and yet they're also different. Also, I put a chimichanga up my anal. No,
Now that is a Deadpool
Can't
joke.
do that. Can't do that.
Yeah.
I can't do that. Let me try again.
Average
Hi,
Deadpool
I'm Ryan
joke.
Seacrest.
You know what? You'll get another chance after this next vote. Guardians of the
Thank you for
Galaxy
clarifying.
versus Spider-Man
I
of the
wasn't
Galaxy.
sure.
Sorry, I talked over you, Jordan. My apologies.
No, it's okay.
As such, you as the Hulk can get to vote, but you have to become green to do so.
Okay, rawr. Green, am voting for Guardians of the Galaxy.
Cool. Awesome. I love to see it. Thor.
I'm voting for Guardians of the Galaxy is my ideal Guardians of the Galaxy movie. Spider-Man Homecoming, despite its strengths, is still not my ideal Spider-Man movie.
Yeah. Spider-Man 2, baby.
Also, come on. Look what we get to have for round 24.
Oh,
we're so close to greatness.
Beautiful. Come on, Iron Man. You know what to do.
Spider-Man Homecoming.
You knew it was happening.
I mean, look, I can't. He is not the one who was. We all knew. Speaking of which, Spider-Man, who are you voting for?
Obviously, I'm going to vote for myself because Spider-Man Homecoming is great.
Yeah, I guess you do have to go home, huh?
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
And then finally, it comes down to Deadpool.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Is it 2-2?
It is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna betray Spider-Man.
Let's go.
Red and blue motherfucker.
I think that I gotta tell you, I really have fallen in love with the Guardians, and that third Spider-Man Homecoming watch, not my favorite rewatch. Like I said, that was the time when I'm like, Peter, they really set Peter up to fail, and that's a big chunk of this movie. And Guardians doesn't really have like a bad part, you know?
Yeah, by the way, I want to give credit,
but like,
I want to give credit to Mark, who's been listening in, and he actually posted. He's like, Homecoming is a movie that really suffers on rewatches.
Yes.
Well, it wasn't a problem on my second rewatch, but my third rewatch, when I'm actually carefully gathering notes to actually talk about in bracket form, that's when the critical part of my brain came out. And like Guardians is just, I don't know, dude. Like
it's a perfect collection of 60 episodes.
It's a 60 episodes.
I'm with you on the Homecoming thing because, like, my second rewatch, I'm like, okay, everybody likes this. I'm gonna try and see what everybody else is seeing, and I liked it better. And then I watched it again years later. I'm like, yeah, no, I was right the first time.
Like even Ned, who like I'm not gonna sit here and tell you Ned sucks, but Ned is like not wonderful. As amazing as everyone says because Ned is too characteristically the comic relief. He's almost unrealistically overly funny in a way that like doesn't always feel natural. He feels like he feels like a cartoon. in moments, if that makes sense. Like obviously when he's helping Peter and the guy in the chair and he goes, "What are you doing? There's a dance," and he goes, "I'm looking at porn." Obviously that's an amazing line. But like
Yes.
there's no opportunity where Ned gets to be the serious friend to Peter. Ned is just always banking off of Spider-Man. Peter knows Spider-Man. Oh, hey, can I be the guy in the chair? Like he's just always on.
I mean,
He's a high schooler.
I've been in high school. I've known people like that.
You want the vote or not?
Okay, fine. Look, I don't care anymore. All right, I've been freed. Okay, from care for this bracket. Okay,
You're like Doctor Strange.
yes.
You've been free of your wants and desires.
You took away your own caring privileges.
The Avengers versus Iron Man 3.
Oof.
What are we doing? What's our motivation? What's the motivation of this
What's
scene?
the point of this scene?
I'm gonna say Thor is gonna go now. I think Thor is gonna go. That feels
Worked
right.
for me.
I am voting
have to put
for
up the-
the Avengers.
Iron. The very metallic guy.
As Norman Osborn once said, "Avenge me." I'm gonna vote for Avengers.
Nice one, Jordan. By the way, Spider-Man.
This thing can be very wholesome 100 for you, Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
The Mets, baby. Let's not the Mets. Let's go Mets.
Oh, you guys
that's
beat
right.
the
Love
Avengers.
it.
I'm gonna go with the Avengers.
Oof.
Redpool?
Okay, because we don't need to deliberate over the two because Avengers already won. I'll take this time to tell another great Deadpool joke.
Damn.
Haley Joel Osment played a bear named Barry.
Hilarious. The Hulk.
What did you vote for, Taylor?
I'm voting for the Avengers. You know what I'm voting for, Jordan.
I know. I just wanted to make sure. All right, Shane Black. It's been a decent enough run. Let's do a 2 hour of walk and talk with some explosions in the background. I'm voting for Iron Man 3.
Go back to making
Thank you,
buddy
Jordan.
cop
Thank
Christmas
you.
movies.
Hey, he apparently has one wrapped.
Oh
Coming
boy.
soon.
Here we
Jordan,
go again.
I really hope once when Kristen calls and use the Hulk, you'll grunt.
But we'll have to see about that.
I'll try.
We can only ask for so much from a giant green guy.
Jolly
Let's
green
do this. Captain America, the Cold Soldier versus Avengers: The Final Game. Thor, I believe it is you.
Captain America, the Winter Soldier.
Iron Man.
I don't know. In Halo Combat Evolved, I don't really feel it's very interesting how they
Someone explain this bit to me after we're done.
Well, Jordan, I'll say this: the Guilty Spark was an interesting villain in Halo Combat. That was the name of the villain, right, Graham?
One of the villains, yeah.
Yeah, Guilty
I'm
Spark
voting for
was a-
Avengers Endgame.
Oh, if only we do a Game of Thrones bracket one day. Spider-Man.
I'm gonna go with the Winter Soldier.
Redpool.
A horse walks into a bar.
Another hilarious Deadpool joke.
Yeah. What's the
That
score?
must mean
2-1, Winter Soldier.
Oh, Endgame. Please.
And then finally, Lou Ferrigno.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Sorry, it took me a second.
I forgot what we were doing as well, and I'm like, what?
Let's see. Sorry, but one of you won't like me when I'm angry. I'm voting for Endgame.
Yeah, because why? Yeah, because I'm not allowed to have nice things this bracket. I still have Guardians.
Is going to get really far.
You
man.
still have a baby in here. Speaking of Mick,
God, poor Mick.
we got Oscar Award winner Thor Ragnarok versus Avengers: Age of Ultron. I bet Ultron's a couple days old.
Man.
Starting with Thor, who loves one of these a lot.
Age of Ultron.
That's the one, right? I almost forgot. Iron Man.
Thor? Ragnarok.
Real? Spider-Man.
Obviously, I'm going with Thor Ragnarok.
Deadpool?
A Norse walks into a bar.
That's another hilarious Deadpool joke. That's the vote for Age of Ultron, isn't it?
A bar.
Thank you, Jordan. I'm voting for Thor.
I could have sworn. Only
I think we have our title.
Yeah, you have to think about it for a minute.
Yeah.
Finally, Hulky Boy.
Sorry, I'm just writing down what the title of the next Filmlies is going to be.
No, don't, and then it won't be.
All right, then it's definitely not going to be what I'm about to type. It's definitely not this.
Yeah, that's fair. Really good.
I am voting. I feel so bad. I'm voting for Thor Ragnarok. I like it. It's the better of the two movies.
Oh no, I don't begrudge you this.
Jordan, the sun's getting real low.
It sure is for
The
that.
sun. No, the sun, Jordan. No.
Taylor, you didn't even vote for it.
I know it's not all that great. That's not true.
I hate you so much.
That's not true. I know. I love Thor.
Better than Thor, apparently.
That being
According
said,
to
the whole
you lot.
Natasha Bruce Banner thing, like, where did that come from, dude?
How did this beat Thor?
I don't know. I don't know.
In typical Yearly's fashion, we'll never truly find out. Coming up on the next round, Spider Arachnid Homecoming versus Black Feline. Thor, it's up to you.
Spider Arachnid Homecoming.
Wait.
You said Spider Arachnid Homecoming. I think
this...
you either mean Spider Hominid Homecoming or Arachnid Man Homecoming.
We're coming up on the last
Spider
act.
Arachnid.
We're coming up on the last act. Thor saved me from my torment.
It's not about the money, Spider-Man. It's about the Mets, baby. Love the Mets. Come on, all right, let's get a home run, Libby. Love the Mets. Let's go, Mets.
Francisco Lindor.
I'm voting for Black Panther.
So what the Mets?
Let's go, Mets, baby.
Iron Man.
Black Panther.
Spider-Man.
I'm gonna go with Spider-Man.
Of course, predicted.
Yes, very much.
Deadpool. Give us a cool Deadpool joke.
The Mets,
that
baby.
one was
Love
the
the Mets.
funniest one yet.
Let's go.
He's typing it in.
Oh, the Mets. All right, baby. Let's go. Get a home run, baby. Love the Mets. Let's go, Mets.
Let's go, Carol. Let's go about the Mets. Are you Deadpool from X-Men Origins Wolverine? What's going on here?
Billy.
Billy.
Taylor?
What does he mean by this?
I'm afraid this ain't gonna be very wholesome 100 for you, Spider-Man.
Ow! 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 Ow!
Oh, he was laughing. I was like,
I can't breathe.
what got him?
You okay, baby?
Oh my
It's all
God.
about
help
the Mets, baby. It's
us.
all about the Mets.
Meet the Mets. Meet the Mets.
What happened
Step
there?
right up and greet the Mets.
What happened there was that I wanted to just do the Billy joke from the Cartoon Network one, but I started laughing and I realized that I was laughing too much that my mouth couldn't make the B sound.
Really?
And that was killing me that I couldn't produce a letter with my mouth.
Really?
I was laughing too much and that just made the laughing more.
Well, you know what? That's fair. You are Deadpool after all. Your jokes are they would make sense to kill you.
Oh my
Love the Mets,
God.
baby. Love the Mets.
Oh,
Love the Mets, baby.
oh,
Really?
Let's go. Get
I
a
like-
home run, baby. Love the Mets. Love the Mets. Let's go, Mets.
I like this Filmlies now.
Oh, good.
You like
Didn't
it before?
That makes one of us.
He didn't like it before.
What's the score?
Let's go, Mets. Let's go,
It's
Mets,
2-1. 2-1 Black Panther.
Yes.
And 17-0 Mets. Go Mets, baby.
Who else has to vote still?
Hulky Man, green guy.
Okay. Jordan's gonna vote for Black Panther anyways, so I'm also gonna vote for Black Panther.
Oh, okay.
I guess
Cool.
that seals
All right.
everyone's votes.
I just
4-1 then.
No,
All
like
right.
Homecoming let me down on this rewatch.
Yeah. They let
Like
me
I think
down
I
on my
realized
first
that
one.
like after I watched Homecoming, I'm like, this is in my top 3.
All right. The Avengers.
Oh my God, guys!
For-
Oh my
I
side!
know this movie's intense. I know.
Oh,
It's all about the Mets,
Oh.
baby. It's all...
it is so worth doing these with you guys when I get to laugh like that. Like it makes me so happy.
I mean,
so
for real, that
happy
was
right
me
now.
with the Duck Do in '96.
I remember happiness.
No, you
Mick,
don't.
why do you do these with us?
Mick, but you just
You
put all
like
your reasons
here.
that Thor Ragnarok is your favorite movie, and it's not gonna die in losers.
Don't
You
do
should
this.
be so happy.
Do you like us?
I love you guys. I hate your opinions sometimes.
Yes, I'm exempt this time. Yes.
Yeah, this time you're
yes.
exempt.
Yes, for once. Let's go, Mets, baby.
I
Let's
don't know.
go.
I'm still pretty pissed at him. I feel like he's too into this.
You just hate me because you hate me.
Because here's the difference, Mick. When Christian gets to vote, he's like very apologetic, like I love this. But when he doesn't have any of the power, he's like, yes, I have all the power.
You just hate me because you hate me, and I
Christian?
can't help you with that. Instead, what I can do is say that we're going to be sticking out your yacht for the Avenger. The Avengers versus Avengers Endgame. And that is a new voting order. So, Iron Man.
I'm gonna vote for Avengers Endgame.
Spider-Man.
I'm gonna vote for the first Avengers.
Ooh, I like the sauce here. Deadpool. Got a joke for us?
It's my joke. My humor already needs recharging, sir.
It's all about the men's speed.
Don't. I will lose it again. I'm still raw from last round.
An interesting choice of wording, Mr. Deadpool. I care to not explain.
The MCU is all about getting to Endgame. That's what this is all building for. It's Endgame. Avengers is even building to Endgame.
Hulk?
This is something I didn't think I'd be saying at the beginning of this bracket, but I think I might like the first Avengers movie better. I don't know. I think it's just a fuller cinematic experience. Something it feels like an awe-inspiring blockbuster. I don't know.
Jordan, I don't want to be sad like Mick.
Oh, man.
Ouch! Ouch!
Well, Thor, you may be able to put down a lightning hammer.
I don't want to be
Did
sad like
I say
Mick.
that right before Mick goes?
Thor, you may have an opportunity to put down a lightning hammer of justice.
Remember that thing I said about being sad like you? You're not sad. You're actually you're into it. You love your friends and your pal, and you said that
The
you
Mets,
love
baby.
us.
Let's go, Mets. 86 happen again, baby. Let's go, Mets. I'm voting for the Avengers.
Let's go, Mets. It's all about the Mets, baby. It's all about. Can I confess? I don't know what this joke is. I just think it's really funny.
So there was a meme for a while where it was Kingpin from Spider-Verse.
Oh, thank God.
Going, it's not always about the money, Spider-Man. It's about the Mets, baby. Love the Mets. All right, let's get a home run, baby. Love the Mets. 86 can happen again. Let's go, Mets.
Ever since I got the power of the Let's Player.
There's also another one. There's also another video which I was also referencing, where it's the scene right before Kingpin kills Peter, and he says, "This ain't gonna be very wholesome 100 for you, Spider-Man." And Peter goes, "Wait, hang on, are you a Redditor?"
There really is.
And Kingpin goes, No. And then Peter goes, I guess this is going to be a real Keanu Chungus moment. And then it cuts to him getting crushed.
There really is so much good potential with Kingpin impressions.
Nice fandom, Kingpin. Think you can come up with a source? My source is I made it the fuck up.
My source is the Mets, baby. It's all from the Mets.
Thanks, Jordan, for the source.
Of course.
86 can happen again. Let's go, Mets.
Let's see what we can do in this next round.
69 can also happen again.
Black Panther versus the Best Picture nominated movie. Actually, that would apply for Black Panther, but let's say Thor Ragnarok.
That one actually was.
Let's say Thor Ragnarok for the joke, for the funny haha. Iron Man.
I'm gonna vote for Black Panther.
Spider-Man.
Let's go back to baby.
Let's go, you love the match. It's my favorite thing now. My favorite thing in humanity.
I'm gonna go for Thor Ragnarok.
Okay.
Deadpool.
Hi, I'm Lenny Dykstra,
Yeah.
and I played for the
Also,
New York
Philadelphia
Mets,
Philly.
and I don't have any teeth.
No, he
This is
doesn't.
an actual true fact about me. That's the Deadpool joke.
Yeah.
That Lenny Dykstra
Lenny
doesn't have
Dykstra's-
teeth.
He's
come back
kind
to
of he's kind of an ass. Yeah.
That sounds like a great. That sounds like a great like opposing team chant. Lenny Dykstra has no teeth. You know, that sort of thing, like a football.
Yeah.
They would
chant.
yell that in Philly anyway.
Yeah.
Hulk.
Well, I mean, it's gonna be Black Panther.
Thor.
Black Panther.
Yeah.
Deadpool, is that for posterity? I think that's for posterity.
I'll let Thor have a second vote just to let it have a second vote. I probably like Black Panther more, but like I've also really like Thor, so I want to give it a respectable.
I'm sure Thor really likes you, Mr. Deadpool.
I don't know, Mick. How you feeling about me today?
That's
Great.
true. He's
listen,
right.
listen. I'm looking at this bracket. I'm fine with all of these here.
Well, let's see.
I'm happy with what's left.
Let's see if you're gonna be fine for a very long period of time.
After the Mets play their next big game, the Mets.
And it's all about the Mets. It's all about the Mets. We're going into the round 23. Avengers.
Christian, I also have to say, there's a couple of variations on this meme. My personal favorite is one where it's a samurai going, and in Japanese, it's not all about honor. It's about, and then he does the Mets bit in Japanese, and it ends with Metsuki desu.
Wouldn't he be more of a Yomiuri Giants guy?
Anyway,
sticking at your gut for your Avengers Infinity War versus Iron Graham. Same voting order. That means Iron Man starts.
Infinity War.
Spider-Man.
War.
Spider-Man. Spider-Man's all about the match, baby. It's all about the match.
Infinity War.
Jay Leno.
Deadpool.
Yeah, but this show is all about the match.
Deadpool's all about the Mets.
he's all about the Mets. He's all about the Mets.
Yeah, about this. Yeah, about this.
I'm voting for Avengers in Infinity War.
Yeah, at this point, it's basically just going to be any available syllable.
At this point, Graham has been doing this bit for like the last year and a half. All right.
No, Taylor. He's been doing this bit for.
Graham, I dare you. You need to swap off syllables. You need to focus on consonants exclusively.
I don't rise to your dare.
Graham, make up a new letter.
Graham, we need to do an entire yearlies where every time you say the word or the segment or in any sentence, you have to say it like that for the entire yearlies.
All right,
not this one though. Hulk,
Not this one.
green guy, Mr. Santa Claus,
Mr. Green.
I'm voting.
Grinch, the Grinch. He stole Christmas.
I'm telling you, I didn't do it. I'm
Sweet.
gonna go home and have sex with my wife. All right, I'm voting for Iron Man, mostly because it's a posterity vote at this point.
And then finally, Thor.
I'm voting for Infinity War.
Damn.
That rhymed.
Looking for some Infinity more votes here.
Honestly, I could have given to Iron Man. It doesn't matter though.
Yeah.
Now it's time for the battle. The battle you've all been waiting for. Guardians of the Galaxy versus Guardians of the Galaxy. Volume 2. Thor. No, not Thor. Fuck you, Thor. Iron Man.
What did he
I'm voting
do?
for Guardians of the Galaxy.
Spider-Man.
1 or 2.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I
One.
didn't. I shouldn't have moved on.
I voted for just Guardians of the Galaxy.
That means
That
one.
is all Guardians of the Galaxy.
That means 1. Spider-Man.
I'm gonna vote for Volume 2.
Deadpool. Metpool. Dead Dead Met. Do it. Pool. It's all.
What kind of feeling?
Billy.
I'm high on believing that you're in love with me.
All right, Taylor, which song do you like more?
This is the most mentally unstable we've ever been during a show.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, not even close.
This is the most mentally
There's no gas
unstable
leak.
I have.
I'm out on done
We're
you.
just-
But why male models?
We're just
Oh,
really
be
into
agreeing
baseball, okay? We just love baseball here.
I just feel like I've been having.
Mosquitoes.
I just feel like I've been having like an hour-long stroke, and that like none of you are here.
That's my experience watching Iron Man 3.
I'm voting for Guardians Volume 2.
Hulk.
It just dawned on me. I hate the Mets. They stole Juan Soto from the Yankees. What am I doing?
It's not about the Mets, baby.
It will be once they pay for their sins. I'm voting for Volume 2.
It's not about the Mets. It's not about the Mets.
I love the Mets.
Guys,
It's
the
a
Mets
good bit.
is not
but
what
I'm
Christmas is all about.
Yeah. The spirit of Thor.
This Christmas movie.
The true meaning of it turns out that the true meaning of Christmas isn't Iron Man 3. It's about the Mets, baby. Love the Mets. Let's go Mets. Come on, let's go down home run. Let's go, baby. Let's repeat of '86. Let's go Mets. I'm going to go to Galaxy 1.
Do you think anyone's still watching?
I know one person who is. Hey Ma, they're doing a Mets bit.
Hey, Ma!
I have a question.
Dementia!
We've constantly cited that we have one viewer. Is this our one viewer? Have we given a voice to our one viewer?
It's Kingpin.
Look, Ma, hey, Ma, yeah, no. Avengers Infinity War. It's still on the bracket. You got $50 on it.
Can I say I love Christian's idea that it's Kingpin?
You mess with one of us, you mess with all of us.
The idea that Kingpin
Spider-Man, the yearlies are on. I can't.
It's
The
not
only
all
show
about
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. It's about the years. I gotta see if Simpsons
But
Road Rage
Kingpin-
wins.
But Kingpin, their videos are not live streamed. Shut up, Spider-Man.
I
Kingpin
gotta see if the
runs-
Pokemon game wins
Let
Spider-Man.
me finish my anecdote.
I love it when they play Hawaii 5-0 theme if they get a 5-0.
Look, they're gonna do it right now. Look at the screen, Spider-Man.
Oh.
2018 movie leads are gonna be fun.
Oh
Tears in
God,
my
you're
eyes.
so
Crazy
fucking right.
then. Did you still call me Superman?
The bit when they go
That's
we're
in
so
Is
back.
you be
Oh,
there,
classic
holding
humor.
my hand, I'll take you by my side.
Very sad to hear that Clanky is in fact dead again. I was so sad the first time.
Mark just texted me, Jesus fucking Christ.
Guys, can we get Kingpin reacts to the yearlies or just like a commentary?
Well,
All right.
back to the channel. Yearly's Reactor 2464.
WarioWare DIY one.
I agree with that.
I'll put Shikarish out on my dick.
Push.
Okay.
My Sapphire.
Where am I?
You're at vote number 25.
But why male models?
But why?
I love it.
Christian, can you stop cutting the cucumber lengthwise?
Classic
Okay,
Egyptian
now the
humor.
gas leak is gone, man.
But Taylor, why male models?
I'm not Taylor, I'm Deadpool.
Sorry, I was acting as if Kingpin was watching a previous
End my
episode of the Yearlys.
suffering.
Iron Man versus Black Panther. Sorry, I am digressing.
Deadpool.
Spider-Man. It's all about the match, baby. It's all about the match.
I'll go with Black Panther.
Dead. Pool.
Kingpool cheats on his wife.
She my wife, Spider-Man. Why my wife left me. Wait, what was your
I'm
vote,
voting.
Deadpool?
Monogamy.
What does this
Which
mean?
is
What does he mean by this?
I'm voting for Black Panther. Help. Please help.
How would help?
I'm trapped. Deadpool can't die, so I keep killing
Just keeps regenerating.
Keep-
Hulky Man? Green Man Hollywood?
Oh, right. Well, I mean, this is tough because I like these both, but Black Panther is the better movie. And so I have to vote for it.
Thor, Mr. Thor Ragnarok.
This is where I'm gonna have to do the Christian thing of looking how I rated the movies, and I did rate did rate Black Panther higher than Iron Man, so I think I'm gonna go with that. They're very close in my head though.
Same.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the king will have to have the power of the Black Panther stripped away another day.
Let's go Mets, baby.
Let's go.
Okay, I
Mets,
don't.
baby.
Can I say we can turn a lot of people into Mets commentators. Let's not turn any of the Wakandans.
He's right.
They might love the Mets.
Yeah, who knows?
Starling Marte, great player.
Iron Man, are you voting for yourself?
I don't think them being Mets fans was the problem.
Yeah, I'll vote for Iron Man.
I was trying to do an impression of I'm still trying to do the Kingpin impression.
Let's go Mets, baby.
Honestly, whenever I hear that inflection, the Kingpin impression is the first that comes to my mind. So it goes across. LaGuardian Airports of the Galaxy versus sticking
Already
out your...
did it. That's how long we've been here. We already did that one.
Well, I'm doing it again because I think it's funny. You
gotta fly into
fucker.
LaGuardian Airport and
LaGuardians of the Galaxy versus sticking out your gut for the Avengers.
Loris already did that one, and I still hate the joke.
Spider-Man is really funny when they say you're so skibbity.
Who's going first?
Washed away.
Who's going first? Spider-Man. Who are you voting for?
I'm gonna vote for the Avengers.
It's gonna be so embarrassing when I watch back on this recording. I'm gonna be like, "Wow, my
Christian's gonna be
impression
like,
of the
edit all of
Kingpin
this
was
out.
awful."
Christian's gonna make me just like yeet this video into the ether.
No, the good thing about Victoria, Jordan, is that you can just mute the track with me on it, and then the video's safe.
No, Jordan, not the ether. We're gonna have if you throw it into the ether, we're gonna have to get this video out of.
Oh, not the aether. Little Thor 2 joke for all you out there.
Yes, the market.
We're gonna have to extract the episode from Natalie Portman.
Deadpool.
Oh, yeah.
It's not about the Dark Elves. It's about the Mets, baby. Love the Mets.
I think I have maybe like I don't know like because I think I have an aunt like or uncle my mom said who like was her dentist at some point.
Wouldn't you be surprised? She's a Long Islander.
Yeah.
If anyone's mom was going to be the dentist for Natalie Portman,
It would be grand. It would be the Mets, baby. Love the Mets.
I'm voting for Guardians.
You're voting for LaGuardia Airport.
I'm voting for Guardians of the Galaxy. LaGuardia Airport is okay. It's better than JFK Airport. Honestly, Guardians of the Galaxy is.
Both better than Newark. Hulk.
Yeah. I am going to vote for Guardians of the Galaxy because James Gunn made something truly excellent out of the most nothing part of the of the Marvel Universe.
I thought you were going to say because James Gunn has a gun. He's pointing it at me.
No, because James Gunn made a perfect collection of 60 episodes.
He did, though. And then Thor. Ragnarok.
I'm also going to give to Guardians of the Galaxy.
And then Iron Man. Did I get your vote yet?
No. I'm going to vote for the Avengers.
Okay.
Right. All right. Your final four, folks.
I like this a lot.
I don't think I can be unhappy with however the rest of this goes.
This is great.
It's not about who wins this bracket, guys.
Don't no. I see it. If I see it coming, you can't do it. If I catch it, you can. That's the rule.
Honestly,
haven't you heard?
Yeah, haven't you?
Bird.
You know what? You got me. I wasn't expecting that. Black Panther versus Guardians of the Galaxy. Deadpool. Vote.
Hey, where's me Mets? It's all about the Mets, Billy.
It's all about the Mets, Billy. It's all about the Mets.
Black Panther.
I should not do impressions. Hulk.
Oh God, these are mono a mono for me, pretty much. Like these are around the same
it's
point in my rankings.
It's not easy, but
it's not.
These two is still here for me. That's my logic.
I think I'm gonna give it to Black Panther, but man, was this close.
Thor.
I'm gonna give it to Guardians of the Galaxy.
Iron Man.
Black Panther.
And then finally Spider-Man.
I'm gonna go with the Guardians.
Okay.
I feel like Vinny, who has not done a Mets joke, is realizing that he made a mistake being friends with us.
Avengers Infinite Wars versus Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Deadpool, you should vote right now.
Guardians of the Galaxy 2. There, I did it. I did exactly what you said. If
All
you
right,
have
Hulk
some
immediately after. What?
What?
Yeah?
You're filibustering. Next.
Hulk, go right now.
Okay,
Right
Guardians of the
now.
Galaxy Volume 2.
Okay, Thor, you better vote right in this instant.
Come back to me.
Fuck you. Iron Man, vote.
I'm voting for Avengers Infinity War.
Spider-Man, vote.
I'll go with Volume 2.
Thor.
Yeah.
Thor.
Infinity War.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. It's all about the match, baby.
What happened?
I don't know. I think I found my new favorite joke. You all informed me of a wonderful thing today.
Yeah. Apologies. I think I gave Christian a new hyperfixation.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna
A new escalator phrase.
And then like Doom, it's a very shallow hyperfixation. There's not a lot to-
I'm gonna become a baseball fan. I'm gonna actually watch the Mets now.
Dude, Christian,
I'm gonna throw this out. So
let's go to a Mets game. They're cheaper than the Yankees.
The MCU Filmlies. What happened?
Yes. What happened?
Sub-ultimate round. Avengers Infinity War versus Black Panther. This one's a doozy. So you better not fuck it up, Deadpool.
Blap.
That's a sound effect.
Blap.
It's also a vote. Sound
Okay.
effects can be a vote.
Hulk.
Oh God. I think Infinity War has just the slightest bit more going on than Black Panther. I may not understand this vote when I watch this back, but I'm giving it to Infinity War.
You know, I've been so concerned about the Mets that I didn't even realize my wild cards in the top 3.
Priorities.
Thor.
You know,
Infinity War.
gets to be in the top 3.
The Mets, baby?
Oh, that's baby.
The
The
Mets.
Mets, baby!
Stop.
Infinity War.
Yes. Iron Man.
We technically already did this one already.
Oh, we did?
We did?
Yeah, literally round 1, turn 1.
Oh, well then Iron Man, you shouldn't have changed your mind, right?
I'm just pointing out that we've done this already.
Bitch, did I flip?
Isn't
Did
that
I
right,
flip?
Iron Man?
Fuck
Fuck,
it.
did I
Infinity War.
And then
Fuck.
Spider-Man?
Infinity War.
Fuck.
Yes.
Oh
yes.
my God.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Wow.
It's all about the Infinity War, baby. It's all about the Infinity War.
I
So,
flipped. I feel like an awful person.
for the final round for every single marble in the cinematic universe,
The Marvel Cinematic Universe.
the Marvel Cinematic Universe,
For all the Marvels.
Oh, we already had this. Okay.
the Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 versus Avengers Infinite War. The voting order will shift once more.
No.
Bruce Banner, my man. What are you going to do?
Oh God. I feel like if I had voted differently in the last round, we could have had a different final 2 and maybe even a different winner.
I think that
Wow.
if this goes the way it should, then we'll get the okay.
I mean, I think the same thing is still going to win, but like I'm like, all right. Ultimately, and again, I didn't realize this until a couple watches later, but I think Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 might be the most meaningful and the best thing that this entire MCU experiment has produced. It's weird that it's this, but this really is worthy.
Beautiful. Wonderful. Thor. Bring down the hammer of God.
You had a perfect opportunity to lead in with, speaking of worthy, Thor.
Well, you know what?
yes.
I'm not very clever. I just say the Mets joke
That's
over
fine.
and over again.
That's fine.
Thor.
I'm gonna give it to Infinity War.
Yeah.
Infinity Thor.
Because as much as I love the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, Guardians of the Galaxy 2 is below Guardians 1, and Avengers Infinity War is just something special.
I love
There's no
these.
other film
Yeah.
quite like Avengers Infinity War.
And that's fair.
It's definitely seconded. Iron Man. Who are you?
I'm voting for Avengers Infinity War.
Ooh, okay. Spider-Man, now's your chance to be very interesting.
Both films are really good, but for the sake of keeping it interesting, I'm going to go with Volume 2.
Well,
All
actually,
down
that's the
to you,
same vote
Taylor.
from last time, but that sounds genuine. So, who was last? Deadpool, bring us back home.
Hi, I'm Wade Wilson. And there's nothing more cool than being hugged by someone you like.
Thanks, Wade.
Remember,
Jordan, play a
Wade,
gun
if
shot.
he protected you.
I am completely out of humor because
That's okay, because all we need is a vote.
I was milked and dried. So instead, I'm going to just say that Guardians of the Galaxy 2 winning this bracket is a pretty correct choice.
Yes.
Despite my wild
This
card
is
losing.
coming from the guy who hates space, Wade Wilson.
This is really interesting having this my least favorite of the Guardians trilogy win.
Well,
Yay, my choice won. Yay.
Yeah, yippee!
My top threes won.
Well, we finally did it, folks. We hope it was worth it.
It wasn't.
Honestly, Mick is allowed to say that this time. He is so allowed to say it.
so when someone loses, the whole bracket's not worth it. You can't beat it for the journey.
No. To lose as badly as I did, my
After the whole month.
Damn.
My two favorite movies die losers round one.
But Mick, it's okay because not about.
No,
it's not about winning or losing. It's about the Mets, baby.
Mets,
Love the
baby.
Mets.
It's
Come
about-
on,
it's
let's go get a
all
home
about the
run.
Mets.
Repeat of '86. Come
All
on, let's
right.
get a home
All
run.
about the
Good
Mets.
night,
Mets
everybody.
fans
Good
out
night,
there.
everybody.
Good night,
All
everyone.
those Mets fans. Okay, what?
Excelsior!
I'd like to talk to you about the Years Initiative.